Welcome to the City of Miami Beach Commission Chambers. We're glad to have you with us today. If you require ADA assistance or accommodations, please notify the city clerk or any staff member, and we will be happy to assist you. As a courtesy to everyone present, please silence all cell phones and electronic devices at this time. Lobbyist disclosure reminder. If you are a lobbyist appearing before the City Commission or any city board, you must have registered with the city clerk prior to participating. If you have not yet registered, please do so immediately. Presentation reminder. If you submitted a presentation within the 24 hours prior to the start of today's meeting, please check the computer located at the podium to ensure your file is properly loaded. When the floor opens for public comment, please step up to the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and begin by stating your name and address for the record. How to participate in public meetings via Zoom. Once you have joined the Zoom meeting, go to the bottom panel and click on the raise hand icon to notify the meeting host that you would like to speak. As soon as the host grants you permission to speak, a dialog box will pop up on your screen with two options. Select the unmute button to begin speaking. After you finish speaking, mute your microphone and click on the lower hand icon. If you are joining Zoom via phone, tap the keypad icon and press *9 to notify the meeting host that you have raised your hand to speak. A voice operator will prompt you to unmute your microphone by pressing *6. Once unmuted, you may begin speaking. After you finish sharing your comments, be sure to press *9 to lower your hand and *6 to mute yourself. We kindly ask everyone to conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner throughout today's meeting. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for participating in your local government here in the City of Miami Beach.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome to the Design Review Board meeting. Today is October 23rd, 2025. I think we need to start by swearing in any presenter that will be speaking on any of the items.
Thank you. I'll take over at this point. Good morning, all. I'm going to let everyone know how the meeting is going to be held in the hybrid format and how you can appear via the Zoom platform, as well as swear the folks in that are here, and remind everyone about the city's lobbyist registration. But before I begin, I think we take attendance.
Yes. So I'm going to do a roll call. We do have some absences today. So Myra Butagavoli,
Here.
Scott Diffenderfer is currently absent. However, he has indicated that he will be here probably around 10:30. Chair Giller Nelson is absent today. And then I'll continue. Mr. Lester?
Here.
Ms. Lewin?
Here.
Mr. Meshberg? Here. Mr. Paez?
Present.
All right, so we have 5 members present, and we do have a quorum of the board, and we can proceed with the meeting. Because Sarah Giller Nelson, she's our chair, Scott Diffenderfer is the vice chair, we will need a motion and a second and a vote to select a temporary chair for the meeting. Ms. Butagavoli has graciously volunteered in case anybody would like to nominate her to be the temporary chair.
Nominate Ms. Butagavoli.
second.
Pronounce it. Butagavoli.
Myra.
Myra. I nominate Myra.
You
Okay,
do have a second.
I'll second that.
okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Congratulations, Ms. Interim Chairperson.
Till 10:30 this morning. So the first thing we have is updates from the city attorney.
Correct. There's no updates, so with that, I'll let everyone know how to attend virtually. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in the commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicant staff members and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform. Those wishing to participate in today's meeting via the Zoom platform may dial 888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in those that are testifying here today, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need not register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are testifying only on your behalf and not any other party, or if you are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. So for those in chambers that will be testifying today, if you can please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and again, for those appearing, please be seated. For those appearing virtually, I'll be swearing you in one by one before you address the board. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, So the first item we have is approval of the September 11th agenda, or September 11th meeting. Who wants to make a motion for approval of the September 11th minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion
Next
passes.
is approval of the after action for September 19th, 2025 meeting. Who wants to make a motion for that?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, second, to defer,
Approve.
to approve. Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Is there any other business, Mr. Madan, that we need to address?
That's all for our standard business. We can move on to the continuances if you'd like.
Okay, so we have a continuance slash withdrawal, and that is for DRB 24-1061. Location is 1414 Alton Road. We have another continuance slash withdrawal for DRB 25-1100, located at 28 Venetian Way, right-of-way. We have we have 4 open and continued items and previously continued items. And Mr. Madan, we're going to discuss these today, or we're just continuing them
The previously
As well.
continued items will be discussed today.
today?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So the first item we will be hearing today is DRB 25-1087, also
Actu-
known as,
They're actually going to be requesting a continuance as well.
Okay,
They let us know
continuance.
yesterday. Yeah.
they're also known as DRB 24-1026, which is 94 Palm Avenue.
Yep.
First item to be heard then today is DRB 25-1112, 50 West Toledo Drive.
Correct. Okay, so let's, so the first continuance is DRB 24-1061, that's 1414 Alton Road. The applicant is requesting a continuance to the January 8th, 2026 meeting in order to make some revisions to their plans.
What was that address again?
1414 Alton Road, it's the
Right.
Bank of America site on Alton
Yes,
Road.
that one's continued.
So, but we will need a motion and, to continue, but with the applicant's there in case.
Good morning, everyone. Graham Penn, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. As Rogelio noted, this is the Bank of America site. The bank wants to revisit the design that we had submitted, so we would ask for continuance of the matter to the January meeting.
So who wants to make a motion to continue the item at 1414 Alton Road?
I'll make a motion to continue.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Thank you so much. We'll see you then.
thank you. So we need to make a motion also for the Venetian Way right-of-way?
Yes.
28, okay. Who wants to make a motion to defer item for DRB 25-1100 at 28 Venetian Way right-of-way?
This is a city project and they're requesting a continuance to the November 20th, 2025 meeting. They're also making some refinements to the plans.
Okay,
So moved.
second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is a motion to continue DRB 25-1087, also known as DRB 24-1026, located at 94 Palm Avenue. Who would
The-
like,
The applicant here is requesting a continuance to November 20th.
would like to make a motion to continue the item to November 20th?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All
Just
right.
for the record, is our next meeting on the 20th of November?
Yes.
Okay, and the first item to be heard today is DRB 25-1112, 50 West Toledo Drive.
This application has been filed requesting a design review approval for the new construction of a two-story residence, including one or more
Michael
waivers.
Larkin, I think, is.
Yes, sorry, Alejandro. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. There is an objector in the audience to our application, so we would strongly prefer to wait until they're full board, until Mr. Diffenderfer has arrived at 10:30.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can table
let's
our
move-
application until then, please.
So we will wait to have another member of the board join us, which will be sometime after 10:30 this morning. We will go on to item number 7 on the agenda, which is DRB 25-1080, located at 6788 Collins Avenue.
This application has been filed requesting design review approval for modifications to the facade of an existing commercial shopping center. Specifically, the applicant is requesting to renovate the facade by recladding with new materials.
Okay, so this is an application that has been continued a few times. Originally, it went to the board on May 15th, 2025. The board approved the recladding of the facade. However, the board continued an item regarding the design of the parking lot lighting, landscaping, and a few other issues. So the board continued that item on July 10th. That was continued to the September 11th meeting. At the September 11th meeting, the board discussed the revisions and continued the item once more to the October 23rd meeting. The applicant has since submitted a lighting and landscape plan, which includes adding a significant amount of landscaping along the perimeter of the existing parking lot. The plans include the installation of new modern lighting fixtures. The applicant has also provided some renderings, including some nighttime renderings that show how the lighting will function along the facade. And we believe that the modifications that they have proposed are consistent with the design direction that was provided by the board, and staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the draft order.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Before we proceed, are there any disclosures from the board? Any ex-parte communications? Disclosures? Okay, great, thanks. I'll set the clock at 10 minutes.
Good morning, how are you? I'm the lead for the family office, the company I work for that owns the property for this project. This is our architect.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yavrum Wolf. I'm the architect of records for the job with Forma Forge Architecture.
And Shimon should be, our other architect should be on the Zoom. We hope that you appreciate the work we've made and the adjustments, and I'll hand it off to our architect to take the lead.
Yes, so picking up from the previous meeting comments, there was a comment about the landscape, that there wasn't sufficient information of like core scheme and renderings, how it's going to look like. So in this presentation, we provided additional slides with the renderings and a core scheme, and our landscape architect revised their plans to show more of a native species in the site. And as you can see, like in the presentation, like we have a dynamic setting of a landscape that's making significantly improving the site. I'll just keep towards the last slide with a bunch of renderings that we have there. You see the significant improvement and the dynamics being created like on the site with different layers of landscape, like a surface layer, another layer which is bushes, and then on top of that the palm trees. Regarding the other comment that we had about the lighting, let me go back to the lighting scheme. Too fast, I'm sorry. Yes, regarding there was a comment about the wall packs on the facade, so we decided to remove the wall packs. In the current lighting strategy, we have 6 poles around the site, 3 of them in the I-1 along Collins Avenue, and you can see the other 3, one is spaced on the southern side on the side, the other is on the northern side, like close to building 1, and one is the middle, like in the peninsula that you have by the ADA parking spots. And each of these poles have like the 2 light fixtures, so together we have 12 white fixtures. And then another layer of lighting is that where we have the canopy over the pedestrian passageway by the main entry of the building. We have like soffit lightings in there, and as a feature, like on the crown, we have like this subtle recessed lighting. And then the current tenants' lights, their signage is all illuminated. So we think by removing the lights that we have, we still like have a sufficient lighting for the scheme and without compromising the aesthetics.
Do you have any other pictures that reflect the canopy with the lighting that you were referring to?
You mean to the underside of the canopy,
Yeah, are there any other pictures reflecting your proposed landscaping and, okay,
You can see here, like, on the storefronts, they are lit from the soffit. The lights itself, it's recessed within the soffit, so we don't have like a rendering that's shown from below, but like it's a typical recessed light along the sidewalk in front of the buildings.
and you are currently replacing the hedge that exists that runs along the Collins Avenue sidewalk?
Yes, we're replacing the hedge, and you see it's like significantly improved along Collins.
And
We
you're
have like a
adding,
barrier.
adding palm trees on the front facing Collins and towards the north entrance as well? Or those are existing,
So that's going to be additional.
additional?
Yeah.
Okay.
We
There
have a
was-
slide that has the before and after.
There was a question, I think, last time, and you all may remember, was there a question concerning signage?
I believe the signage was part of the original approval of the facade.
Okay.
The concern was the lighting of the signage and the lighting of that facade. So with the rendering, you can see that it's a glow behind the front of the signage. So those will be the typical sign types. Obviously, they don't reflect the actual businesses that will be located in the shopping center, so it's to give you an idea. But the lighting that they're showing has a channel letter with lighting located behind the channel letter.
Okay. So if you're finished with your presentation, we'll open it up to the board for any questions that they may have.
Yes, I'm finished.
Thank you. Questions from board members who would like to begin? Oh, public comments? Any? Anybody with their hand up virtually?
We have one person, Shimon Zimbrovsky, on Zoom with the hand raised. I think he's
Architect.
is he-
Architect.
That's the
Yeah,
architect.
with your team. So if you'd like for him to say anything, or
Then I would have to swear him in first.
Hi, everybody. This is Shimon Zabowski with Waldron Planning and Design.
Sir, if
that
you-
was my
Shimon,
partner.
if you could just wait
Yes.
1 second. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Okay. Then I'll please proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, so I did want to point out the fact that in terms of the questions of lighting and landscape, so we did make a very concerted effort to maintain a native landscape planting plan. So over 80% of the overall planting plan is native. And so we've created kind of, using the comments that we received in the May 15th hearing, we're creating like a mounded effect between Collins Avenue and the parking lot, which is basically orchestrated between ground covers, mounded shrubs, and then palms kind of filling in. So there's really an effort there to kind of create a very highly aesthetic area, very tolerant of the local climate, and very resilient. And then regarding the lighting, yes, so like Rogelio was saying, that we do have the channel backlit lighting for the signage, and we have the 12-foot poles as was recommended within the site. And the main kind of architectural gesture are those two kind of crown conditions. And really the concept there is just to create a little bit of a soft light wash, just to give a little bit more of an ambient kind of effect. So our design team really took the comments to heart that we received in May and also in the subsequent meeting in September to really come up with a sensitive and really a comprehensive approach to the landscape and the lighting of the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members who would like to begin, does any board member have any questions or comments to make?
I appreciate the removing the wall packs and softening the lighting and lighting the crowns and giving this a nicer presence. Were there additional poles added, or we always had six poles in the lighting package?
So, Shimon, is that something you can?
If I may. May I speak? So we actually did add 4 poles to the site, essentially so that we don't have those wall packs. Initially, the poles were only in the buffer planting between Collins and the parking plaza. Now we have added poles essentially on the south side of the site in the planting area. And also in like kind of those, parking, I don't know what you would call those, like kind of barriers, closer to the building. So those are creating the proper foot candles for the site.
Okay.
Any other comments from board members? Okay, Laura, I have one question which I will be asking every applicant that comes before us today. And that is, do you know of any neighbor that has approved or in consent with what you're doing or opposed to what you are doing? Any of your neighbors?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of. And you have not made, nor have you received any kind of gift or remuneration in exchange for any of them keeping quiet because of their opposition or in favor?
Again,
No,
not that I'm aware of.
okay.
We own
Thank
the
you very
property
much.
also on the south of this plaza.
Okay. And you'll be bringing that property soon, I guess, to the DRB?
Well, we hopefully with a beautiful structure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So we need a motion to approve this project. Who would like to make the motion?
A motion to approve it.
Second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Those against, aye.
Okay, the next item is DRB 25-1115, 900 South Shore Drive, Lot 10.
I apologize, was that a nay?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
okay, apologize, thank you. Okay, the motion passes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez.
Nick, before you start, any disclosures from the board? Any ex-parte communications?
No ex parte
Okay.
communication.
Just before we start this item, this is 900 South Shore Drive, Lot 10. We have item number 13 is 900 South Shore Drive, Lot 9. They're both related. They're part of a lot split application, so it may make sense if we hear the two, not necessarily together, but back to back, just so the information is fresh.
Okay, yeah,
Okay?
sure.
So we'll hear, after this one, we'll hear
Lot 9.
item 13, which is Lot 9.
Okay.
Perfect, we're agreeable to that. Good morning, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, from the law firm Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez. Here with Stephanie Halfin, our architect. And I don't know if staff wanted to present their recommendation on this one first. I don't know.
Yes, and Alejandro, if you could read the title for...
Yeah, this application has been filed requesting design review approval for the new construction of a two-story residence at a site that was subject to a planning board lot split to replace an existing residence.
Okay, so this is an application for a new single-family home. The home was the result of a lot split approved by the planning board in April of 2024. This is the easternmost lot, Lot 10. The only reason that the applicant is here is because of the lot split. The home, if it were not for the lot split, is a home that could have been approved administratively. The home is designed in a contemporary style, highlighted by flat roofs, wide eaves, and travertine-clad walls that are broken up with floor-to-ceiling glazing and fluted wood composite panels. The home features a projecting single-story volume in the front of the house where the garage is located, and the rest of the two-story structure is located behind that. Staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order. It's a pretty simple application.
So good morning again, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. So this application, as Rogelio mentioned, was the result of a lot split. We started that process in 2024, and a lot of care was taken to design these homes, given that it's a corner lot. So it took a while for us to come from the lot split to this DRB meeting. As part of the lot split, we did do community outreach. We sent letters and concept plans to all the neighbors surrounding the property. I'm not aware that we did it for the DRB application again, but the neighbors are generally aware of this application, that the lot was split. We had no opposition during our lot split process, and we're not aware of any opposition to this application. So I'll turn it over to Stephanie to walk you guys through the design. But generally speaking, this home, this property, the lot split didn't impose any conditions on our unit size or our lot coverage. We're fully compliant with the lot split order, so we have really just presenting an as-of-right home today, and we're only here because of the result of a lot split. Exactly.
Hi, good morning. How are you? Where are you guys projecting the presentation? Sorry, because oh, there you go. Thank you. Okay, so this is one of the homes. This is a corner lot. And it's also important that both lots, just so you know, even the lot that were split, but the size of the lots are equal to the other lots in the neighborhood. It's not that they're smaller or anything in particular. We didn't ask for any variances or anything. We're not asking for anything. So this is the first project. Is like I mentioned, a corner lot, which is interesting. It gives us the ability to have two facades that are very, very interesting. Of course, we have the rear that it's towards the water, and then we have, of course, the side that leads to our other property. Let me go 1 second. So over here you see the site plan where it's located within the neighborhood. It's in the Normandy Waterway. We're meeting everything that has to do with lot coverage, unit size, everything. And the homes are designed to be used for as a family home. So the owner of this lot is going to live in this particular house. He wanted a very comfortable house for his family. He loves the water. You can see here the context, the street, the houses that are in front. In general, the neighborhood is being developed into a more contemporary style designs. Here you can see the full streetscape. It's very cohesive with all of the designs that are in the neighborhood. Our projects are done in a tropical modern style, and this project in particular, I'll go back to the floor plans, but I'm gonna take you to the renderings. I don't know why they're last, but so we were using coral stone to create those accents in the facade. We're using this composite wood elements also highlights throughout. We have the eaves of the roof line in metal cladding, so again, it creates a nice contrast with the dark lines of the roofs. It creates also, which is something that I like to do in being in line with the neighbors. So I'm gonna go back. Sorry, I hope I'm not making you dizzy, but so I try always to differentiate like the first floor from the second floor of the property, so that way it's being kinder also to the neighbors that are one-story houses still yet, so you can read the volume as one bottom floor and one top floor. So those horizontal lines help you give scale to that first floor and then second floor. And then regarding the floor plan, it's a very, I would say, nice floor plan where you enter, you have a guest unit that it's right over there. In the entrance, we have a beautiful integrated area, living space that accommodates the social areas. All of them, and of course in the kitchen, have the view of the water, and then the staircase communicates to a more, let's say, private area towards the garage and family room, staff room. And on the second floor, we have 5 bedrooms. Again, primary bedroom looking at the water, and then the other bedrooms are just in the other side of the house. We created courtyards that really help accentuate that indoor-outdoor integration, which we also try to emphasize in every one of our projects. So I'm here to answer any questions you might have about the project. Happy to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public? Anybody with their hands up?
I see no one online with their hand raised.
Okay. So we turn it to the board. Does anyone have any questions, comments concerning the project?
I've got a few. I can start.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I think the house looks really nice, beautiful. I guess I have a question. Why is this continued? Because we reviewed this before, or?
It was on the consent agenda at the September meeting, and the item got pulled, and because of the length of the agenda, it just never got heard.
I see. Okay, so we haven't seen this before.
It's the
Okay.
last item, I remember.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to
And
check.
and then they requested, rather than going to the overflow meeting we had on the 19th, because they had another item, they just requested that it just be brought to this agenda, so they would only have to come once.
I see. Okay, perfect. Okay, so, and then I guess that was just a logistical thing I had. I was looking at this home next to the Lot 10 home, or excuse me, the Lot 9 home, because I think the purpose of the lot split, the reason we review the lot split is to ensure that the homes are kind of stand by themselves and they don't look too similar. So I want to emphasize that because they're both very beautiful homes, but they are looking sort of similar to me. And I guess the use of materials looks identical, but the renderings are different enough in color tone. So like, for instance, with the travertine, it looks like one's lighter, one's darker. Is that the intent, to use different types of
Yeah, it's
travertine?
different stones actually. One, and if we can pull up the renderings again, I'll show you. So this home in particular, we're using coral stone. We're not using travertine. We're using, the other one we are using travertine. Here we're using coral stone, and we have all these wood elements that wrap around the entire facade as well. The other big difference is that this home has the black eaves which is also different to the other one, that it's white, it's thicker, this is thinner. And in
You're
general,
referring to the roof edge?
the roof edge, correct, the roof edge. So that's also something that differentiates the two homes. I understand they're both within the contemporary style, but the materials are different, the tones are different. This one is meant to have those very dark elements, and the other one doesn't. So this one looks, again, this one also has some planters in the facade, and so let me see if I can have there's an elevation that, again, the elevation, since it's small, you
Yeah,
can
the
see
side
it.
by side was helpful. I just wanted to, it said, like, both said travertine, so I wasn't sure if it was just the
No,
how it's
sorry
showing
about
in the
that, no.
renderings, and but yeah, I agree. I mean, if it's gonna be kind of as the color scheme and the stone type that you're
Mhm.
showing here, I'm not as concerned, but that was something I wanted to just ask and get a little more clarity on.
No, the idea is that they are, we make the difference between them with the tones and the colors. And of course, again, the edges of the roof lines are different, how one projects more than the other one. So if you, again, they took it out, but if you see them side by side, one, the garage actually has like that glass on top. Then the slab of the second floor projects further. This one, the volume of the corner lot, the volume of the garage doesn't have anything on top. So again, it's hard to make like such a strong difference in these small scale drawings, but they are different, the tones are different, and that's the idea.
Okay, yeah, so I think as long as the materials are different and more closely to how the renderings are, I'm not as concerned, but I wanted to just ensure.
Yeah, so through the chair, so there are conditions in the order that tie us to the specific colors in a manner to be reviewed and approved by staff. If we want, we could tweak those conditions to address the concern, to just, have staff ensure that they're different colors and materials than,
Different stone,
different
yeah.
stone than
I
what's
think
being
that would
proposed
be-
at the neighboring lot.
Okay.
If staff doesn't object to that, then we'd be fine with that.
Following up on that question, what did you use, and was it different, the material used for the driveways on each of the homes?
So the driveways in general sometimes are done, so we are using pavers, and we can use a different tone paver for each. That can also be a condition. And pavers are used also, again, just to help with drainage. So you can make it a condition that you can use different, the driveways, just so you know, are not side by side. So because we enter, so
One's on the street end.
correct. The other one,
Or the
one is on the, let's say,
Side.
south shore, and the other one is towards that alleys over
Jones
here.
Ave, yeah.
So they're not side by side. You're never gonna be able to see them right next to each other.
Okay.
Again,
does-
if you want a slightly different tone of the paver, that's fine as well.
I think that would be my recommendation, that there be slightly different or different
Right. That's absolutely
style
fine.
or different types of color stones for each
Okay.
of the homes. Any other questions, comments? No? Okay, do we have a motion to approve this project?
So that's, I apologize, so just to clarify, so you recommend adding a condition regarding ensuring that there are different colored paving materials,
Yeah,
stones
as they
on
did
each-
for the home.
right. Okay.
To do something different with the pavers.
Okay, we'll add a condition in the order for that.
If the rest of the board is in agreement,
Is in
I
agree-
mean,
yes,
that's just me.
Yes.
So,
I'll
No, I think-
support that and I'll move the
Yeah.
item.
That.
Okay.
okay,
I have
thank
a
you.
motion by Mr. Paz, second by Ms. Lewin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will hear the next item in conjunction with that, which is under new applications, DRB 251114, 900 South Shore Drive, Lot 9. And again, this item is before us because there was a lot split, not because they're requesting any variance or waiver or anything from this board.
Again, I just have to ask for the record, any disclosures or ex parte communications? No?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence. The site was subject to a planning board lot split to replace an existing residence.
Okay, so again, similar, as we just described in the last home, this was part of a lot split. This is a new application. The application was submitted at the same time as the prior application. However, there was a zoning issue that we had to address, and so the item got pushed back an additional month. That's why it's listed under new applications today. This resident, we worked with the applicant to ensure that the homes were designed differently. That's, as you stated, that is the goal of the requirement for lot splits to come before the design review board, is to ensure that they are different. So we worked with the applicant to make sure that the homes were distinguishable. And so this residence is also designed in a contemporary style, highlighted by projecting stucco slabs. Also has contrasting glass and solid walls. At the front of the property, there's an attached one-story garage structure that goes into the front yard. The second floor front elevation accommodates smooth stucco and glass walls, and the rear elevation maximizes on the water views that is on the home is on off of a canal. So overall, the design incorporates movement and lends to the architectural interest of the home. There is one condition in the order, and it was actually in the last one too. The applicant was proposing a chain link fence between the two properties. The code prohibits chain link fences, so we're recommending that be replaced with either pickets or some other type of a fence that is allowable per the code. So that's the only condition that we do have in the order for a modification. And that's the fence between the two properties, not any fence visible from the exterior. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved subject to the conditions in the attached order.
Okay, any comments from the public? Virtually, we have nothing? Okay,
No hands raised.
okay. Board members, would anyone like to begin? Anybody have any questions or comments?
I think we didn't get our chance to do the presentation, so.
That would be good, right?
Sorry. I mean, if you guys want to move it quickly, we're fine, but.
Thank you.
No problem. Good morning again, Nicholas Rodriguez, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. So again, readopting our comments on the last one, we did outreach as part of the lot split, and we took a while to kind of carefully think out these designs, and Stephanie will quickly go through the design, and turn it over to Stephanie.
All right, so in this case, and I'm gonna jump to the renderings right away so you can see it in this house in more detail. All right, So here, we are using, and here you can see it better, the travertine, that it's a darker tone than the coral stone that we're using on the other house. In this case, those two slabs, the slab, the roof slab and the second floor slab, it's what really gives a lot of character to this house in particular. It extends, it projects, it makes the house feel like it's floating, basically. That was the idea of it. So having a stronger base and then the two slabs floating, you can see that they hardly touch the ground elements, the walls or anything in particular. So again, these are very clean lines, highlighting the landscape that's around, highlighting the views, and that's what we tried to achieve in this particular design.
And the roof band here is lighter color than the other one, which is part of what
Exactly.
it
The
says.
edges in this one are white, and the other ones are very, very dark. They're bronze.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
No comments from public still, so far?
So
None?
far, no comments from the
Okay,
public.
that's good. Board members?
One question for the second floor. The composite wood that you used on the rear portion of the elevation, is there a reason why it didn't go more around the facade or just kept in?
In this one, we're not
Yes.
using composite wood.
Not using composite wood at all?
No, we're not
there-
using composite
is
wood.
there
The dark elements that you see is paint in this one.
Okay.
So again, because the concept was that those two slabs, the white slabs, are like completely independent from the rest of the structure. So we have the glass and some dark walls to basically try to make the feel that they're floating. So
Okay.
and
To
also
bring
to
up-
differentiate the two houses, which the other one does have the wood.
So the roof looks like the two roof lines look like they're floating basically.
Exactly. That's the idea.
Can you bring up that picture that he is referring to?
Page
Okay,
23.
so that's the
yeah.
brown, it's not cladding, it's paint.
That's not cladding, that's
Okay.
paint, correct.
Yeah, it kind of looks like wood, but yeah, I see that.
Right. Okay. Other comments, questions? None. I have comment that I'm making and a question asking of every applicant today due to situation I incurred personally in my family this week. So have you tried or attempted to receive approval from any of your neighbors or neighbors to these properties? And has there been any kind of remuneration received or provided?
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
So as part of the lot split, we did send the concept plan and let everybody know that we were doing the lot split. I don't believe we sent them an updated set of plans, but they are aware and they have the
And
owner's contact
Okay,
information.
and at that time, there was no opposition or?
Correct, there was no
Thank you very much. Okay, who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the similar conditions to the other lot to just ensure that the stone materials on the structure and the pavers are different,
Contrasting,
contrasting, yeah.
yeah, okay. Aye, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Okay, so the next project we have is DRB 241070 and DRB 220886, 6940 Abbott Avenue.
This application has been filed requesting a modification to the previous design review approval for the construction of a new 10-story mixed-use building, including waivers. Specifically, the applicant is requesting a variance of the front yard setback and one more waivers.
I don't see the applicant in the audience.
Do you want to move to the next one if they're not
Should
here?
we, yes, maybe we should table it until,
Okay. All right, we will do that. Is the applicant here for 1824 Alton Road? Okay, so we'll hear this item. It's DRB 25-1085 and DRB 16-0048 and DRB 23233, address 1824 Alton Road.
Yes, this application has been filed requesting a modification to previous design review approval for installation of a new signage design. Specifically, the applicant would like to modify the building identification signage requirements to allow for signage for a new tenant.
Okay, so this is the project on Alton Road, formerly a Michael's store.
Yeah.
The order that was approved at the time that building was approved had conditions specific to the signage for Michael's. The order specifically called for the sign to have the, quote, Michael's font with red brushed aluminum reverse channel letters. And so the conditions in that order were very specific to the signage that Michael's would be putting on the building. The tenant has since changed. It's currently a Ross. The Ross is already located at the site. They have signage at the street level, which the order didn't regulate the signage on the street level to that extent. It did have a sign package that had to be followed, but it didn't call for the tenant and the colors the way it does for the building identification sign. So this is simply a modification to the order to allow Ross to replace the Michael signage and put Ross signage. The order did have conditions regarding there being no raceways, no exterior disconnect switches being visible, no intermittent moving or revolving lighting, requires all electrical and power to be routed through the rear of the parapet and not visible from the right-of-way. It requires that the signage be the signage shall consist of brushed or analyzed aluminum reverse channel letters and backlit letters. So the standards that were put in place for Michael's to have a higher end, high quality sign are still in the order. However, the order does allow for tenants to change in the future without having to come back to the board should the tenant change. They'll be able to replace the sign. It'll still have the same standards that we would have required before. However, they can change the colors and the tenant name on the building.
So this will be ongoing for a future tenant?
Right. Should Ross
Should it
change
change
and-
from
and,
Ross to
Yeah.
ABC? Okay.
They're never going to leave.
And so with that, staff does recommend that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached order.
And before we begin, just any disclosures from the board?
None
Okay.
for me. Okay, thank
Good morning,
you.
everybody. My name is Tina Arcuri. I live at 5374 Greg's Landing, North Charleston, South Carolina. Rogelio said it better than I could ever say it. Ross really just wants to have the same signage, but with their branding on the building. They're really not looking for anything more that Michael's wasn't allowed to have, and they will follow the same standards. We had even discussed during the whole application process, Ross, their tagline is "Dress for Less." We're removing that because that's not what the city of Miami Beach is about. So it would just be a Ross sign, and we would remove their actual tagline of Ross Dress for Less in order to kind of stay with the theme of Miami Beach.
Do you have any pictures of what you are proposing?
I don't personally. I know they were in the presentation,
Okay, they're not on this.
or in the
Okay.
application, sorry.
Thank you, we see it on your application.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you.
Any comments from the public?
I see no hands raised on the application.
Okay, comments or questions from
Zoom.
board members who would like to begin?
I just have a question it's probably for Rogelio, honestly, but it's on it's on the ongoing, or if any future tenants. Is the size of the sign going to stay the same? Is that part of the requirements?
The sign code itself has restrictions on the area that can be used for signage, so they would have to follow that. Let me pull up the code. However, the order, I do not believe, has any dimension limitations. It would just be as required by the land development regulations.
I'm trying to do it like a side-by-side.
I almost want to.
In a second to put up.
Yeah. And Rogelio, or to you, will there still be another signage for Ross at street level?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So-
that was already approved, and that's already there. I mean, it's obviously a much smaller sign,
Right.
but they just want like I said, they really just want to follow the same thing that Michael's had on that building, and have the sign along Alton Road, and I believe
Okay.
on 18th.
So, Rogelio, question to you concerning the code on signage. My understanding is that you can only have one signage per tenant. That was a code violation issued back when to Macalusos, because they had one at street level, in the post that was by Alton and Day Boulevard, more or less, and then they had another one at the storefront. Does that code apply to this, or is it different because it has the signage not at street level, or in a post?
It's treated differently. This is a building identification sign. So buildings above a certain height are allowed to have a building identification sign. So that's what this would be. Typically, the building identification sign is
Okay.
related to the largest tenant in the building. There are other tenants in the building. But the largest tenant is typically allowed to have the building identification sign. And the code requires that building identification sign not exceed 1% of the facade area on which it is placed. So we would have to take the dimensions of that facade to come up with the maximum
Okay.
limits for the building identification sign, which has to be located on the upper part of the building on the parapet.
So,
I
right,
think
and
I
the
did actually
Macalus-
provide that.
Yeah, that we
I
have-
did those calculations. Yeah,
And the Macaluso sign, just for clarification, was in a building that was a one-story.
Right.
Versus this is 2 stories, and that's why the 2 signage. So, and then the approval that's given today, basically, will allow a future tenant, hopefully not, but a future tenant, to come in and place a signage that stays within the size that is allowed, but it could be different color, it could be different script, font, what have you. Okay. All right.
But it would still have to be a brushed aluminum or high-end channel letter sign. It couldn't just be a plastic sign placed on the wall.
Michael's was a lit sign, it looked like glass, and this will be similar? It will
Yeah.
light up at night?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I saw the original, they had provided me with the original approval package, and that package was just beautiful. That building, it looks beautiful. Yeah, I actually just drove past it on my way here.
Okay, thank you.
The only difference I can see is that the corner sign for Michael's is low, and then you're proposing it probably mid-building. When I compare the previous and proposed, the signage for Michael's is low versus the Ross is, let's say, three glass bays up on the corner. Otherwise, everything looks the same. But I'm only making that note to the board so that they know the difference between
So-
what is there.
I think the
I'm
Michael
reading it
sign
correctly.
faced Alton, and this one is facing south. The one that you're proposing is more facing south, am I correct?
Yeah, I'm just talking about this corner one there.
I think so, I think it's, yeah.
Here it's down above the canopy, and then it's mid-building here for proposed.
They do have, maybe you're referring to they have an atrium. So
that's
they-
what we're
maybe
talking
the-
about. Okay.
There's a sign that says Ross inside the building in an atrium, so it's not an exterior sign.
Okay.
We mentioned it because it is sort of part of the design, but it's really not part of it. We don't consider that a sign. It's in the interior of the building, and it's well recessed. But it will likely be visible from the street.
Okay.
There were no prohibitions on that in the prior order. It's basically an interior atrium where you walk in.
Yep.
It's an open glass column. And so the Ross, they will be putting a sign inside of that, recessed in the rear of that interior glass column. Maybe that's what you're referring to.
Yeah,
But
that's exactly it. I read it
the
wrong.
building ID sign should be in the same exact spot.
Yeah.
as the mi-
There is no Ross sign on the corner atrium outside anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, and it could be differently positioned also because they probably did interior work and redesigned that atrium probably, so where they had to place it might be different than where that Michael sign was.
So just to be clear, the signage on the exterior is going to be facing Alton or facing south?
I think there's one on each.
The ID sign, there's one on each.
Yeah,
You can
it's
have
one on each
facade.
side.
Plus, there's one at street level?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What you're saying.
Is the interior atrium sign the same as the exterior in terms of Plascolite optics LED light?
I believe it's just a painted,
Yeah,
the wall
it's
is
actually just a
painted.
painted sign.
It's a painted sign, not
Yeah,
a lit
it's
backlit.
not, yeah, it's not channel letters in there, no.
Okay.
It's just, it's probably vinyl or, you know.
It's a wall that has angles to it, and they're just basically painting the wall inside.
So there's no backlit or anything,
Yeah.
no
No.
LEDs, or, okay.
Quick question. How long is your lease commitment?
That I don't know. That's a good question.
Because if we're going through this and Michael's didn't last very long, and Ross isn't going to last very long, then. it doesn't really-
Ross is usually in for a long time.
I know, but
And that's why they go to this length to do the signage that they want. I mean, if it gives you an indication, I've been traveling every other week, probably the last 2 months for this client, and they don't go to this much trouble if they're not gonna stick around. You know, I'm sure it's a pretty long lease, because they also took the main tenant space there. So I don't think that the property owners would have given them a short lease on that type of a tenant space.
thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the board? None. Would anybody like to make a I do have one, I'm sorry. And I'm asking this of everyone, not specific to this project, but did you receive neighbor approval or request neighbor approval for this signage?
We sent out public notices, I know
Okay.
that.
Did
so-
anybody approach you denying,
No.
speaking against this approval, and you did not make, nor did you receive any remuneration
I did
for
not.
this approval?
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to make a motion?
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Good
much
luck
for your
to
time.
Ross.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, should we go back and see if 6940 Abbott Avenue is the representative here today? No,
I
okay,
don't see them, and they reached out that they would be here.
okay. Well, we'll go on to item
Yeah.
number 11, DRB 25-1116, FKA DRB 17-0147. Property address is 1664 Lenox Avenue.
This application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously approved design review approval for a variance to exceed the allowable hours of operation for an accessory outdoor bar counter associated with a new restaurant located within the interior courtyard of the property. Specifically, the applicant is requesting design review approval for the change of ownership or operator and approve some conditions that could be superseded by the planning board under conditional use permit approval.
Okay, so this is the building behind 1111 Lincoln Road. Previously, there was a restaurant there, Chotomate, which was a high-end Mexican restaurant, in case anybody went there. When this was approved by the board, the site was approved by the board, the building was approved by the board. However, the board implemented some operational conditions, which is something that's more typical of the planning board. And the reason that happened is because this establishment did not rise to the level of a neighborhood impact establishment, which is what the planning board reviews. So the board order at the time included several conditions regarding the operation of the site. One of those conditions is that if the ownership changed more than 50%, the applicant would have to come back to the board for approval of the change of the name and essentially a progress report. This is something that's typical of planning board orders, and over time, the planning board has been modifying that condition to allow tenants to change. However, what it would require is that there be an affidavit submitted to the planning department acknowledging all of the operational conditions that are in their order. And then also it requires that, did we include the condition on the progress report as well to be scheduled? No. No, it was okay. So it requires that the applicant submit an affidavit to the board in order to the planning department in order to ensure that they are aware of these conditions and that they will operate by those conditions. Because that was one of the issues, that sometimes the tenant would change and they didn't know that there were operational conditions on the site. So that's what this order would require. So in the future, it would allow the tenants to change, but they would have to submit an affidavit acknowledging their acceptance of these conditions. The other conditions in the order for operations that they're requesting some changes to are that the applicant is seeking to replace the patron occupant load metric with a maximum seat count to limit the size of restaurant operations. So they're requesting that there be a maximum of 218 seats, which that is consistent with the prior BTR that was approved on the site. The reason for that is the condition prior had an occupancy load limit. Occupancy loads are set by the fire department. They can vary depending on where you locate furniture, or where several things are located. It's harder to regulate, so they requested that the order be specific to seats rather than occupancy. Essentially, that's going to limit the amount of customers they have on the site. They requested that limit be allowed to be exceeded only if approved by the planning board. So if they go to the planning board to seek a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment, that number would be allowed to go up. That's a change that they're requesting, to allow the planning board to authorize increases beyond what this board has set. That's typically what happens with neighborhood impact establishments. They get approval from the planning board. They have to do traffic study, sound study, a whole slew of other things, which is the focus of what the planning board is looking at. The next modification that they're requesting are to conditions 6 and 8, which would allow for modifications to the sound system only if approved by the planning board as well. So the planning board is typically taking the sound into account. So in this order that was approved by the planning board, it does have a recommendation, it does have a requirement that the sound system and sound attenuation measures shall be implemented as per the recommendations of the sound study. So at the time that this was originally approved, there was a sound study that the board agreed with and approved, and so those are the limitations on the site. They're requesting that should the planning board approve something different, that they be allowed to proceed with whatever the planning board grants them. So those are the changes that they're requesting. The primary changes for the change of owner-operator, and then these other two conditions that would allow them to seek a conditional use permit from the planning board, which would supersede the limitations in this order. With that, staff recommends that the application be approved, because they, as I said, any changes that they propose would have to go through a very thorough process to allow them to make any changes to their sound system, to their occupancy load limits, to their seat limit, and so staff is not opposed to that, because they would have a process that would safeguard residents in the surrounding neighborhood.
And before we start, just any disclosures from the board? Yep. Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable board members, city staff, and attorney. James Rao with Reed Smooth Martyr, office 600 Brickell Avenue, here today with our client, Pietro Pellini, who is the 100% owner of the applicant entity, and on Zoom is my associate, Adrian Noto. Rogelio really gave you the full explanation of what this application is for. The primary purpose of the application is for change of owner-operator, because your prior order on the granting of a variance to use the accessory bar for the restaurant was specific to a specific LLC, NZR LLC. Our client is now the tenant of the space, and of course wants to utilize the existing bar counter that's an accessory use to the restaurant. It's a structure, but there's essentially an opening at the top. That's the only reason it's considered open air. In this case, and our client is here, he can give you an explanation of the concept that the board would like, but this will be a luxury dining experience that blends Japanese precision and Italian passion, steakhouse type concept. Rogelio mentioned some of the other conditions. The staff is updating the order with some of their standard conditions that they
have added to development board orders as of late. Just as a note also for the staff, when we filed this application, we hadn't had the fire department inspection yet on the occupancy. We've since had that inspection yesterday, and it came in exactly at the same number, 247. So when we filed the application, we don't know exactly what number they can calculate, but it came out exactly the same. So there is no, with this application, there is no change in the site. There's no increase in square footage, no increase in occupancy, no increase in seating, no change in the use. It's a restaurant, and it will continue to operate as such. The only change is the entity that is the tenant now, and Pietro's Concept, which he can give you a little bit more of an explanation of. The only reason for the modifications regarding potentially conditional use permit is if in the future the applicant decided to apply for a conditional use permit, we didn't want there to be jurisdictional confusion between the boards, which we've had happen in the past, so it just addresses that potential. That's not in process now, that's not planned right now, but in the event it was in the future, it would address that. We're here to answer any questions that you may have. We've had no interaction with any neighbors or buildings with respect to this application. We have a city parking lot to the north, also across the street, across Lenox, and the majority of the site is owned by our client's landlord, the 1111. It's essentially part of the 1111 Lincoln site. And if you ask for your approval, as I said, Pietro's here to answer any questions you may have. Wanted him to be here, introduce you to the board. Of course, he acknowledges the conditions and is in agreement with all the staff's recommended conditions.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from the public?
No hands are raised on Zoom.
Okay. Comments or questions from any board member who would like to begin? I'll start. This is about as clear as mud to me. I understand that the two proposed modifications are to occupancy, which is allowed by the fire department to be 247 seats or 247 people, and that's probably based on the number of exits and into the out of the building. They're proposing 218 seats. That doesn't mean that there won't be more people than seats, but the maximum still remains at 247. So why do we need to, as a board, approve this condition if it is only being reduced, potentially?
So the seat count and the occupancy count are two different metrics. The seat count is something that's much easier to visualize and put a stop on. The fire occupancy limit can vary based on a slew of factors, number of exits, the location of the furniture, location of plants, of different decorative materials, changes to the fire code. If anything changes, the fire occupancy limit can change. And so they would rather the limit be something that is more tangible, that is more fixed.
And easier to...
implement, interpret.
Implement and to confirm.
Correct.
But at no time will they exceed the 247 occupants allowed under the fire department.
Unless the fire department determines otherwise.
Determines otherwise.
Yeah. Or if they the fire department's limit is always the absolute limit.
Yeah, but even then, if the fire department were to change it to 250, let's say, instead of 247, and they wanted to go to 250, it would still need to go back to the planning board.
If they wanted to go to 250, what would trigger them going to the planning board is increasing the seat count of 218. If they want to become a neighborhood impact establishment, they would have to go to the planning board. So what a neighborhood impact establishment entails is an establishment that has entertainment and more than an occupancy higher than 199 seats. So I believe right now you don't have entertainment. You just have a DJ Background music?
Correct, there's no
Sorry.
entertainment. So, actually, and that statement is correct. If we went to the planning board, if we wanted to, if they wanted to add any entertainment component to it, which could be something as simple as a violinist, it would have to go to the planning board, because the occupancy limit that triggers you going to the planning board is anything over 199. So we already know it's over 199, so that it would have to go to the planning board.
Okay.
And we just happened to have the fire inspection yesterday on the occupancy, and it came in exactly 247. So we now know that it's going to be there. We were just concerned, what if the fire department conduct inspection was 248? We'd have to come back for another public hearing for one person. That's the only reason that we requested that modification.
Okay.
But fortunately, yesterday we found out, fire inspector came in, determined it was 247 still, same number.
And as far as the proposed modification to number 6 and 8, which pertain to the sound system requirements, I'm assuming that's because you don't want that sound to bleed into the neighborhood, residential or multifamily neighborhood that's there. Are they changing anything there?
No, they're not changing anything.
So
to the
why
sound.
come here to this board?
The order had those conditions in effect prior.
That even if it had more than a 50% change of ownership, it would have to come here and potentially to the planning board as well?
Right. So let's assume they wanted to add entertainment, they would have to go to the planning board, and they would have to come back to this board to modify the conditions in the order. So
But
they
if
have to go to both
If
boards.
they are keeping things as is presented here today, they don't have to go to the planning board.
Correct. They don't have to go to the planning board. But if, let's say they wanted to change and seek a conditional use permit to allow for entertainment. The design review board order had a restriction on sound, so they would have had to go to both boards. They would have to go to the planning board, which is
If they
what's
wanted to
standard.
increase sound.
Right.
Yeah.
And then come here to have that condition modified again. So what they're requesting here is the conditions that are in effect by the design review board stay in effect unless the planning board approves something different. The conditions of the planning board would supersede the restrictions in this order.
Maybe this is something we can speak more as a board later on, but Rogelio, it costs a lot of money to come to this board, and it costs a lot of time for a lot of people involved. And to come for things such as this that basically remain the same, I'm quite not sure why we should continue with this requirement. And maybe there's some very good reasons. And that's maybe something we can discuss at a future meeting, if you can put it on the agenda.
I would say it's not common. It was probably done in this case because they were not seeking entertainment, and so the board wanted there to be some restrictions because they were not seeking a companion planning board item. And so that's why I think this was done at the time. It was done several years ago. And I think that was the issue. Because they were not going to the planning board, there would be no operational restrictions on the establishment. And the board wanted there to be something. And so this was done. It's not typical. Typically, somebody that's proposing a restaurant wants the entertainment, wants these other things, and will go to the planning board.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, they chose not to do that at the time. And so that's why we have these conditions that we don't typically see in a board order.
Okay. All right, thank you. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve 1664 Lenox Avenue?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Luck. And this is now going to be Italian,
It's a Japanese Italian steakhouse.
Japanese, Italian steakhouse.
I didn't want to stop and take time to hear about it, but I'll look it up.
I have a restaurant in Connecticut, you can take a look. Terra Sole.
If it's Italian, Japanese, you should do very well.
Will. Enjoy.
Luck, thank you.
Definitely good luck.
Okay, so our next applicant is, I'll try again for anybody here for 6940 Abbott Avenue.
I heard he's almost here. He expected us to have a short board until 10:30, so he was
Okay.
not planning on
Oh,
arriving.
okay.
So that was the issue.
Okay.
So the next items do have,
6945 Abbott Avenue, is that in any way have a relationship? to-
No, they are across
No.
the street, two
Okay.
totally independent projects.
Okay. Is someone here for 6945? Okay.
Can I just grab my team?
Sure, sure. Okay. And so we are doing DRB 25-1088, which is located at 6945 Abbott Avenue. Now I have a question. The one that we're hearing later, which is 50 West Toledo Drive, again, they need a 5/7 vote in order for that item to pass? And because we're only 5 at this point,
There are no variances. That application only requires 4.
4? Okay.
Yes.
So, if, once we get to
Yes,
the point, we may have to hear your item
I agree.
and, okay,
It's up
thank
to
you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Where's that report? Ah, here it is. Too many.
Okay?
Okay, DRB 251088, 6945 Abbott Avenue. This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 6-story mixed-use hotel building, including a variance to remove the requirement for a designated loading space, including one or more waivers.
Okay, so this is an interesting project. It's a single lot project. The site currently contains a 2-story apartment hotel building, and the applicant is proposing to replace the structure. It is located in the North Beach Town Center Central Core District. That is a zoning district that in 2018 was, the zoning regulations were modified, the height restrictions were increased, there was an FAR increase that was approved by the voters for that area, as an area that the city wanted to see a significant amount of development in. So this is a single-story site. On the south, they are located next to the public storage facility, warehouse building, and then to the north, there's another development that will be taking place there that was approved by this board. So this site is interesting. It's located on what is called the Paseo. So part of the town center regulations require that on what should have been platted as 69th Street, there was never a 69th Street. The grid goes from 68 to 70 to 71. Sorry, 70, it goes from 69 to 70. There was no 70th Street, I apologize. There should have been a 70th Street. So the code requires that the properties that are fronting what would have been 70th Street are required to have a 10-foot setback to create a public pedestrian paseo to allow pedestrians to be able to cross that district because the blocks are very long. And one of the goals of the town center regulations is to encourage people to be able to walk and facilitate that. So they are complying with that restriction. So they have on the north side a pedestrian paseo. They're providing their segment. As other properties develop, they will be providing their segment. And the idea is that over time, we will have a complete pedestrian paseo that crosses the entirety of the North Beach Town Center from Indian Creek Drive all the way to Collins Avenue. So this application, it's a 48-unit boutique hotel. They have a lobby on the ground floor and some small commercial spaces. And then the upper levels contain hotel rooms ranging from 300 to 347 square feet. And then the top floor has a rooftop pool and a terrace. The footprint of the building, because of the paseo, is shifted to the south of the site. It's not a very big site. It's only, the lot is 6,250 square feet. And so they are proposing a floor area of 21,409 square feet, which is very close to the maximum allowed. The FAR limit here is 3.5, which is pretty much the highest allowed in the city. But it is a small site. And then the applicant is proposing the lobby have, again, some commercial spaces, some double height glass volumes, and so it's very nice at the pedestrian level. They're proposing a 10-foot setback, landscaping, and complying with all of the frontage requirements that the code contains. The tower portion of the building rises from the second floor with a patterned metal facade that has several undulating planes, so the facade has a lot of movement that follows the curves in the balcony slab edges. The facade is perforated, so it has openings that allow light to filter into the recessed building walls. And the building walls consist of gray stucco and glass with that behind the architectural screening. The rooftop level is at the setback on Abbott Avenue, and it has a concrete canopy above the pool deck area. So overall, staff is supportive of the design, but we do recommend that the architect incorporate some additional architectural interest to the gray stucco wall that is located on the north elevation facing the pedestrian paseo. Staff recommends that they incorporate a higher quality material or a more natural solution such as landscape on that wall in order to soften the design there. The applicant is also requesting a variance of the off-street loading requirement. Because of the narrowness of the site, it's very difficult for them to provide parking. It's very difficult for them to build a driveway, given that they have to provide the setback for the paseo. So staff is not opposed to the granting of this variance for the loading. The code would require them to have one loading space. So we are recommending that that be varied. There's another requirement that prohibits on-street loading spaces on Class B frontages, so Abbott Avenue is a Class B frontage. The applicant is seeking a variance of that requirement in order to allow them to have some on-street loading in front of the site, as they will need some operational loading to handle deliveries to the site and such. Given the location away from 71st Street, which is the primary focus of the North Beach Town Center District commercial regulations, the loading taking place on this street frontage should not impact the retail operations that are expected along Abbott Avenue. So staff is not opposed to the granting of that variance either. The project does not require to provide parking, so the code, the parking tier that applies to the town center does not require parking for hotels or for retail if there's parking within the vicinity. There are a few public parking lots owned by the city in the surrounding area, plus there is a public parking garage that is being proposed for that should be built, should be starting construction and design work soon. For the parking lot located at 72nd Street, which is about 2 blocks away from this site. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Okay.
Thank you.
And before we start, any disclosures from the board?
No.
Okay, none. Thank you.
Good morning. Mishkael Seytout of Holland and Knight with offices at 701 Brickell Avenue. I'm joined today by my colleagues Sylvia and Juan of Matter Architecture and our principal floor. I also would like to take a brief moment of personal privilege to express my deep gratitude to appear before this august body. This is my first time on the other side of it, as I used to be a city attorney with the great Steve Rothstein over here. So I'm a little nervous, but I'm super excited, and I hope you guys will appreciate this application as much as I do. And with that, we'll get started.
So far, we agree with you. Steve Rothstein is an awesome guy.
Thank you all. I will have to swear your team in because I believe everyone came in late. So let me just stop this for a moment. Folks, do you, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. If we can get the presentation up. Excellent. So as Rogelio mentioned really succinctly and perfectly, this application is exactly what you are asking for in your code. It's exactly what the voters want to see in North Beach Town Center. And it's really a continuation of what's already happening at 6945 Abbott. M Hotel, as it exists today, is an 11-unit boutique hotel. So effectively, we're upgrading it to match the neighborhood, which has, as you guys know, supposed to be the center core of the North Beach. We're providing the pedestrian paseo, as Rogelio mentioned, and we're also looking to continue the use of 2 spots on street for loading, which is an existing use under Abbott M Hotel currently. As I mentioned, our zoning is town center, central core, and that is exactly what you want to see here, pedestrian-friendly, walkable, mixed use, something that's supposed to activate the public realm in line with the principles of new urbanism. As you see in your future land use map, this entire area is slated to be within that same design. So what we're proposing here is exactly within your code. We're not asking for extra height, we're not asking for extra density. We're not even asking for a variance from the paseo or from the setbacks. The only thing we're asking to do is continue doing what's already been on the site, but at a bigger, better level that's more in line with the future of Miami Beach. So here are some photos of the existing hotel use. As you can see, we currently don't have parking. We currently don't have anything that is on that first floor. Now we're gonna have something where if you're walking your dog down the street, you can pass through and be experiencing public life in a way that we all want to experience in Miami Beach. For context, this neighborhood is in transition. You guys have approved a number of projects in the area, and we see our design as complementing those and in line with the vision. As we mentioned, that's the ground floor activation, and I won't belabor the point. One other point I'll make is the bike room is supposed to house enough bikes for our employees. We also plan to provide bus passes. So the idea really is to encourage people to use multiple modes of transportation. Here are some renderings of the pedestrian paseo, which we've upgraded in line with Rogelio and staff's recommendations to improve the materials and to make it more interesting for the pedestrian level. I'm gonna let the architects get into more of the details on design because I know when I'm out of my depths, but at this point, I want to transition now to Juan and Sylvia, who will talk you through, our materials and other design features.
Thank you very much, Mish. I'll go back one. So, hi, how's everybody doing? Thank you so much for receiving us. And we're very excited to show you this project because for us, in our practice, it's the fourth hotel project that we are working in Miami Beach, especially the North Beach area. And we've seen one of them is about to open. It's on Harding Avenue. It's our historical renovation that became a beautiful courtyard building. And we're seeing that a lot of these older structures have the potential to really revitalize the neighborhood in a very responsible way, very pedestrian oriented. And with this paseo code built-in definition built into the code, it gives us just that. So when you go to the ground floor of the project, you see how much of it it's dedicated to public use and how open it is to the public. And from what I understand, the owner wants to operate it with also neighborhood-friendly programs. So back to the slide, we definitely agree that this particular part of the site should be improved with natural materials, with landscaping, with organic textures and transparency and light, so that there is, in a small site, you can still get a lot of quality, you can still get some permeability from the street, and eventually when all the projects join forces, you would have a beautiful experience in walking through this neighborhood. Hopefully this could be a bit of a model for the ones to come after. So I'll run you a little bit through the project. We have this ground floor. As you can see, there's some open to the streetscape. The building is like Rogelio said, it's a 6-story building. We have a screen that is made of perforated metal with undulating shapes to break up the box factor that would otherwise be the kind of natural extrusion of the code and the hotel room count. And again, it's a way of filtering light, of softening it up, of adding some colors. In this case, we're looking at the color of the sky and the ground as the colors that are going to be in this facade. This would be the back view. This is the wall that, because we are right side by side with a building that could be built to the same height, we're not allowed to have windows on this wall by code. So there's the question as to what should it be. What we're proposing with the skin of our building is a material that has a natural gradient to it. So instead of it being a big solid wall, you have something that has some movement, some texture, and again, it's not something that is in the realm of also of public art or an art mural, which would be a completely different workflow to approve as well, and it would be problematic because it's too big for that. Let's see. You want to go back to this?
Yeah, so regarding parking, we have our traffic engineer here, and he can answer any specific questions, but Rogelio actually succinctly mentioned exactly the situation. We're not required to provide parking, but we're in a good situation because there's a ton of parking on Abbott, and we plan to, abide by the code and requirements that are, within there. That pretty much concludes our presentation. I don't know if you all had specific questions, and we'd like to turn over the rest of our time to the board and reserve our right for rebuttal.
Thank you. Any comments, Rogelio or Steve, from public?
We do have a hand raised. It's Carlos Peraza.
Carlos, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, before you address the board, I just need to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I'm going to give you 2 minutes to address the board.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am a resident of 401 69th Street, right across the street from this project, about 50 feet away from the side of our building. Our association had sent a letter of strong opposition to this project to all the members of the board. And I'm just going to address some of the issues why we oppose the project. In terms of context, that 6900 block of Abbott Avenue has 3 high-rise projects happening as we speak that are going to result in 400 units of apartments, condominiums, Airbnb, and have created a massive amount of overdevelopment on the block. This particular proposal for this hotel is proposing to go from 11 rooms to 48 rooms, which is a 400% increase on the number of rooms in a very small lot, without a driveway to drop off and pick up guests, to drop off supplies, to pick up trash, and with no parking. We feel that this presents a big safety issue for hotel guests, for pedestrians, for residents, as you will have to use Abbott Avenue, which is one of the main, or the main north-south road crossing the neighborhood, and you will constantly be blocking the east side lane. There's a bus stop right across the street that doesn't have a bus lane. Consequently, the east side lane of Abbott Avenue is taken up by the bus and the trolley on a regular basis, real busy. So we think that this is going to create a big traffic problem and a safety issue for people in the neighborhood and guests in general.
Madam Chair, we've exceeded 2 minutes. May I give the speaker more time?
Okay.
Yes, yeah, you can go ahead.
Another 2 minutes?
Yes.
I think that's the highlights of the reasons why we oppose this development. We just can't see how this could work on this block that is being so overdeveloped without any without a driveway and without parking. It's just not doable for so many units. Thank you.
Thank you.
May we have the opportunity to rebut?
We can do this? Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead. Thank you.
Well, first, I want to say thank you to Carlos. We had the opportunity to meet with him and the president of 401 Blue yesterday, and we are committed to being good neighbors. Ultimately, we understand his concerns and we empathize with him because it is a large impact to experience that transition firsthand. So that's our first response. Secondly, we would like to clarify on the record from our traffic engineer regarding some of the assertions made about traffic, capacity, driveways, et cetera.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Ariel Centurion with Kimley Horn, offices at 2 Alhambra Plaza. So I'll speak to some of the concerns that Carlos shared right now. The first being the lack of a driveway for this site. Given the narrow width of the site and the dedication to the 10-foot pedestrian paseo to the north side of the site ends up being too narrow to provide a driveway. Vehicles wouldn't be able to make a U-turn within the site to enter and exit. In regards to the traffic being generated by the proposed hotel, the hotel is a relatively low trip generator. Based on our calculations, the increase in trips would lead to 1 additional trip every 4 minutes in the AM peak hour. And in the PM peak hour, we'd see an additional trip every 3 minutes. So despite the increase in the number of rooms, the number of vehicular trips being generated by the site would not be as impactful. In regards to potential lane blockages on Abbott Avenue, it's true that the bus stop on the west side of Abbott Avenue does not have a bus bay. Fortunately for our site, we do have that on-street loading area that exists today. So both passenger vehicles and loading vehicles would be able to utilize that to avoid blocking that easternmost travel lane on Abbott. That loading area would be able to accommodate up to 2 passenger vehicles or a loading vehicle and a passenger vehicle while still being within the loading area and avoid obstructing that travel lane. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have some conditions of approval that were provided to us by the Transportation Department. Unfortunately, we didn't get them into the draft order. We would like them incorporated, and if you don't mind,
Sure.
for me to read them into the
Go
record.
ahead.
So the conditions of approval, number 1, all delivery, loading, and pickup drop-off operations must utilize the loading area and may not obstruct the public right-of-way at any time. Per the City of Miami Beach Transportation and Mobility Department Director and Parking Department Director, the applicant must provide an off-site parking agreement stating parking spaces are available with a private parking entity in North Beach to serve the proposed development and provide the agreement for review and approval to the City of Miami Beach Transportation and Mobility and Parking Departments. And number 3, the applicant shall coordinate with the City of Miami Beach Transportation and Mobility Department to implement an acceptable transportation demand management implementation plan per the TDM strategies outlined in the most recent traffic impact analysis dated June 19th, 2025, prior to the issuance of a building permit. So those are 3 conditions provided to us by the Transportation Department.
Permission to.
Excuse me, so the first one is loading must be used at all times. They cannot block the street. The second is they have to enter into a parking agreement for off-site parking by their guests. And what was the third one again?
Coordinate with the city to establish a transportation demand management implementation plan. That would be opportunities to reduce traffic impacts. So encourage employees to bike to the facility rather than drive, and then provide maybe showers where they can wash up and then go to work. Provide options where employees get bus passes to encourage them to use public transportation rather than drive to the site. Things like that are what typically go into a TDM strategy plan.
Thank you.
Permission to address the
Yes.
board. So we have been working with Grant and the Transportation Department since 2023. We objected to condition 2 when it was proposed relatively recently on the basis that TCC does not require parking. So to require us to execute an off-site parking agreement when we are not required to provide parking goes against the purpose and the spirit of the regulations. It also imposes an additional burden on us to, then go to this person, draft this agreement, it's additional costs. And we really felt like it was inappropriate given how low our vehicle demand and trip generation is. I have our traffic engineer here who can speak more to the inappropriateness of the off-site parking agreement and where it's typically used in our experience with private development. But that is something that we were not able to hash out with the transportation department because they were away from office when we reached out to them. We did register our objection to condition number 2 in writing at the time that it was proposed.
Rogelio, in reference to this parking agreement, where are there public parking lots where they can enter into an agreement with the city? There may be some private parking lots, but where are they in relationship to this location at 6945 Abbott?
There's a diagram.
There's a small one
there
on
are small-
71st, next to Prima Pasta.
There's one next to Prima Pasta. I believe there's one next to, there's a Citibank site on
On
69th. I believe there's a public lot there. The lot on 72nd Street will be undergoing construction soon, so I'm sure that's going to go offline, but then it'll come back online. So I think the intent of this requirement is not that they provide a significant amount. I think it's primarily intended for employee parking, so it's not rigid in terms of the number of spaces that they need to provide. It's flexible in that manner, but I think the transportation department wants there to be some availability of parking, not necessarily the full amount that a hotel would typically require. So just food for thought.
Let me
for-
just open it up. Is there any comments other from the public or just the one gentleman that spoke?
Just the one gentleman that spoke. His
Okay.
hand is still raised. I don't know if he has more to
Okay.
say, if you want
All
him
right.
to speak.
Ye-
or-
Yes, let him.
Mr. Peraza, if you want to speak again? Oh, we do have another hand raised as well.
What is the
Yeah, I
other
just, I wanted to address the responses from the engineer, I guess. I understand that this is a small lot, and that's precisely why a hotel of this size should not be in a small lot. I understand that the frontage of the lot is about 50 feet, and we feel strongly that if there is no way to put a driveway there, then a hotel this size should not be there. The proposed paseo, although it was part of the I guess the vision of the town center neighborhood, is basically an alleyway that dead ends at 100 feet because there's no exit on Harding Avenue, which is the next street. And this proposed paseo, as I see it, is going to become how they get the trash out of the back of the hotel to Abbott Avenue. And it actually may become more of a nuisance than anything else. So maybe one option is to eliminate this paseo, so you actually put a driveway and not create more traffic and safety issues. Also, those two loading spots they don't come as a right to this proposed development. They've been there for an 11-unit room hotel, which works fine for 11 rooms, but it will never, ever be enough for 48 rooms, plus employees, plus trash, plus supplies, plus coffee shop or restaurant or whatever they put in there. It's just not enough. So those are a couple of thoughts here, important, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We can turn it.
Ms. Herman lowered her hand.
So there's no more public.
No more.
No more? Okay. I'll open it now to the board.
Oh, it came back.
Came back, okay.
Beatrice Herman?
Ms. Herman?
You're muted. If you could unmute, please. There we
Okay,
go. Okay.
good morning.
Ms. Herman, before you start, I need to swear you in before you address the board. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Okay. I agree 100% with the previous speaker said. I live less than half a block from this hotel. The amount of traffic that they're going to add to Abbott will be insane. And I don't think you should allow them to do that. There is no way, there is only 2 parking spaces in front of, in Abbott for anybody to park. There is no private parking that they can use on 69th Street. Like the person from the hotel said, no, there is no parking in 69th Street at all. And if they're going to park in the public parking, they better have somebody to take them there, some people from the hotel or whatever, but it's still, I don't know if you guys have ever been there. Please, I urge you to go and see what they're asking. I'm a person who's going to come to that hotel, and the Uber or the taxi, or I'm driving the car, I'm going to stop in front of there because there is no way to go inside to get my luggage out, or to get out. In the meantime, the people that are driving on Abbott have to stop, and it's going to create more traffic than we have. So I urge you, please do not accept this proposal. We have sent you a letter on that behalf. Our president sent you a letter on our behalf. We have 208 units in this building that we oppose to that 100%. And we have also 3 constructions around. To the traffic in here would be insane. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we can start with comments from the board?
Right, we would-
No more? No more public comment, okay. While our chair gets ready for this meeting, we will continue, we will open. Does any board member have any comments or questions concerning the project? Who would like to begin?
Okay, go ahead.
Just in regards to the design itself, I had a question about the perforated metal.
If you can all put up the design again and the location of the proposed hotel in relationship to the entire city, that would also be good for later on. Okay.
It seems to have, or whoever, Dr. It seems to have a very industrial look to it. Is that the reason why you chose to have that industrial look for a hotel in this location?
Industrial, you mean the?
Perforated metal.
Hi. No, it's not industrial. We think that with the colors and the articulation and the shapes, there's a metal material that gets used all the time on high quality facades, like.
Yeah.
But so it's meant to be a material that is a little bit lively.
I see.
So but it's easy to shape. Other materials are harder to make, like undulations out of, or round corners, or softer shapes. So to make that out of, say, like masonry or concrete is a lot more cost ineffective and also a lot harder. So that's the reason why
Can you put up the photograph for the public and for the board of the entire facade, the front facade of the building?
Yeah. This one?
So this is all metal clad in the front?
It's like a perforated metal cladding. So it would be like translucent. So it's like a see-through material. So it's, if you have, imagine a sheet of paper that's perforated that you can see partially through, that the light goes through, that it's a little bit, it creates the softness to it. So again, the idea is to make what would be an angular shape be a little bit softer with colors, with perforations, with light. So that's the intent of it.
And is it painted, is it patinaed, and is there a curtain wall behind it? How is it?
It's typically like the way that it's printed, so it would be printed like a T-shirt. So it's a material that gets shaped in a shop. It goes to another machine that would paint the piece of the pattern that you are assigning to it with a computer, and so on each piece gets done the same way. They get numbered, so they get placed in the right order. It's like a
And is
puzzle.
it a regular diameter hole perforation that's, no, I understand the material. I'm
Yeah.
just wondering, do we have a picture of the image that's applied to it, or is it just a pattern?
We can give you a sample if you need, if you would like to see that at some point. probably.
I'm just trying to
Yeah, yeah,
explain
yeah. No, that would-
board what it is. And then you have a curtain wall behind, or do you have a stucco with?
Yeah, it would be
glazing?
like, maybe Sylvia can address
No,
that.
yeah, it's all glazed behind it, so the idea is that has quite a bit of dimension. So we have the balconies, and then behind that is the curtain walls, the windows that open up into the units.
Right, because it's a small site, if you had your hard surfaces pressed up against the limits, you have a hard shape. So what we're trying to create is almost like when you have like a number of curtains in front of a window, you have your sheer curtain, you have your blackout, there's a layered thing. So you create a little bit more movement in what is otherwise a harder shape. So the intent is to soften the shape.
So this perforated metal facade would be in front of the balconies as well as reflected here? Do you have samples of the facades that you're proposing, the materials?
Maybe we can bring, I think maybe to help everybody, we could probably bring like a 3D print, like scaled version of it so that you can see the layering and the things. Also, it would do away with reflection because this would be a matte thing, so you wouldn't see reflections from glass or from things. But we could probably provide you a much more detailed technical version of what we're proposing.
Okay. And then one more question.
Yes.
On the north elevation in the Paseo.
Yes.
Walkway, did you say that there's going to be a mural, stucco, or is it more detailed than just the stucco finish, or is it just a blank
In the
wall?
Paseo itself?
Yeah.
So what we're proposing in the Paseo itself, and we can look at this, be more, it's more like, again, because we have, it would be what you see in these walls that get, it could either be planted or again, there could be surfaces that are a little bit more organic, like stone.
Stone, so
Yeah.
it'll be a stone finish,
Yeah,
not stucco?
Yeah.
The stone that we see here to the left?
Right, so it could be like a type of coral stone or something.
So it'll be
to that
textured
So
and
it'd be
some-
like an organic, irregular, natural texture.
Okay.
And then above, on the units above, it's also balconies onto the Paseo.
Right.
So
Have you,
the same treatment as the
There's balconies onto the Paseo?
Yes.
Okay,
So
'cause
we-
this doesn't show it. It just shows
In
a
the
flat
package,
wall.
there should be north
Do
elevation.
you have that in your presentation?
Yeah, we'll find it.
The perforated metal wraps around the three sides. so
Correct.
that There's balconies, I assume, on
Yeah,
the
I
Paseo
guess
side
it's-
as well.
If you go back one.
I had to see it in the
Go back to
plans.
one.
Go back to
You were
one,
just, the other one, the other side, sorry.
or other one.
Yeah, go there.
There.
Yeah, so you could see, there's the Paseo facade there with the cutouts of the balconies on
Okay,
the side.
on that, okay, thank you.
last question. You can go back one more.
One more? Back or back?
So, yeah, that one.
This one.
The top right photo.
Okay.
Since there's been a lot of concerns about traffic and car queuing,
Yeah.
is there a way have you looked into creating that pedestrian walkway into a car loading zone for
We're not allowed.
loading?
The code would
Prohibited?
the code prohibits the Paseo to be used for
You're
vehicle
right.
purposes.
Anything other than pedestrian walkways? Okay.
And like Mr. Traffic Engineer from Kimley Horn said, it would be like a way in and backing out, which
Backing
would
out,
be
yeah. There won't be
like
no
even,
turnaround for it.
yeah.
Where does the Paseo lead to? It starts on Abbott, and where does it end?
I think the idea of the Paseo
is.
from the city's perspective is that if there's a future development on the Harding side, then they would have to also provide it.
Continue it.
Right.
So we're in a dead-end situation based on development.
So all the paseos link up all the way to Collins. So the idea is that all the sites get interlinked by these pedestrian courtyards, open courtyards and public facing, like pedestrian amenities, like.
How wide is the Paseo?
10 feet.
Each property is supposed to give 10 feet, so the property to the north will have to give a 10 feet as well, so it'll be a total
So
of 20.
they're giving 10 feet,
Right.
and that's why they get reduced to 55 feet in width? Okay.
Right, so we have 10 feet, but also, as you can see in the site plan, we've carved more of the ground floor as well to connect to it. So that exterior plaza, that facade that folds in, kind of adds to that 10 feet. So since that's what we're allowed to do, we try to maximize the pedestrian side of it as much as we could.
Yeah, the block adjacent between Abbott and Byron already has the full Paseo approved. So we'll have a block and a half complete, once both sides are built.
Okay. Who else would like to speak?
Madam
Yes.
Chair. Where I have difficulties understanding is that you're going from 11 rooms to 48. And parking isn't even taken into consideration, and you want us to waive it. And
The parking is not required.
but it's not required, and that's a problem. Because as you live there and you drive through there, and then you're gonna have now all this more action happening in that, it's just gonna create more havoc. And I'm not done yet.
Okay, no problem.
Please, thank you. With that said, right now there is traffic galore in that area. And what you're going to create is more havoc because you're not even considering doing a little driveway because you can't do it, because you can't create a U-turn. So my concern is really parking or really a loading area for you guys. That's my concern. We don't need more traffic in North Beach. We already have plenty, and we're going to get plenty more in the future with all these future developments. So this is not more of a question or anything. It's really more of a voicing my concern in this area. Miami Beach only worries about building, 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 and parking, nothing. You guys don't want, Metro Rail to come over here. You don't want this, you don't want that. You want buses, and you want, all this creates more traffic. I'm telling you, you should have a lane at least for your offloading. Or your
Your guest arrival.
yes, because at this point, I'm a no.
Thank you. Next person, next board member would like to speak?
Can you talk to us about the program on the ground level? I know it says hotel lobby and commercial. It's all shown as all open space. Are you planning to program that as third party, separate? And where the hotel facilities for maintenance and things like that are located in the building? I just was curious on how that is, only because of the in and out and what we're discussing here mostly.
Let me take the maintenance part first.
Yeah, the maintenance, on every floor, we do have maid's room sort of that would accommodate for the units. And my understanding is that there would be off-site laundry in those facilities. The ground floor is meant to have a cafe, something small, nothing that's going to go into the night, no restaurant, more of a cafe, a daytime cafe that the local residents can use.
And trash looks like it's going to go through the Paseo, not through the side well, I guess that's not your lot there, so it does have to go through the Paseo.
Correct.
And if some pedestrian is using the Paseo for what it is, they have to move out so that the trash can come in.
Correct.
Okay.
The town center regulations do have restrictions built in on hours for loading and trash pickups. Let me go to that just so that you're aware.
Right.
Which are early morning, late evening?
It's intended to keep trucks out of rush hour and loading to not happen during rush hour. So I'm going to the code section.
Okay.
Been a few years since we worked on them.
And what is adjacent to the Paseo where the loading is occurring?
Adjacent is a property,
What kind of property?
two-story residential property.
Two-story
Residential.
Yeah, it's an apartment.
apartment,
Apartments.
multifamily?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the south side is the storage. Yeah.
So this is previously rezoned and now coming to us where we've got a tall building and a lower rise with other tall buildings coming up and a lot of limitations that are coming forth to us where you can't really have a drop off.
Please speak into the microphone.
Drop off or a curb. Is your microphone? Oh, should be. It doesn't look like we can have a curb cut. Like you can't have that. You can't use the Paseo. So
I will give I think our chair is now able to take over, so I'll speak as a regular board member now and express my concern and my questions. One, I have a concern going from 11 units to 48 units. I understand the limitations that are in that area from visiting that area weekly. And limitations as far as capacity for us to park, ability for us to park as residents, forget even guests that are coming or tourists that are coming, but also the ability to even get from one street to the next during regular time and during traffic time. So I have a concern with that. I understand that you all have the ability under the code to go from 11 to 48 units, but I think in our haste of improving the North Beach area as a city and as residents, we ended up approving something that maybe not all of us that voted understood how massive of an increase to traffic and congestion this was going to bring. Especially when you're not required to have parking. You have 48 units that could potentially bring a vehicle, and there really is nowhere to park. You also have employees where, like Mr. Madan said, the parking department is asking transportation that you enter into an agreement which you all are not in agreement with. It's not something that you feel you need to do. But the fact is, there's nowhere for those employees to park because taking over the public parking lot that's next to Prima Pasta then creates another problem, not just for Prima Pasta, but for the people that are patrons of Prima Pasta. Who are currently now sometimes parking 2 blocks away to get to that restaurant. So parking is a problem. You're increasing from 11 to 48 with no parking, no driveway to be able to accept and pick up your guests. Where are they going to get picked up? In the loading dock? If that's where they're going to get picked up, cars are going to back up as they bring a guest if there's loading occurring on that site, on those 2 spaces at the moment. And I have a question, are those 2 loading dock spaces currently parking spaces, or are they currently loading dock, I think is what I heard?
Currently loading.
So in order for them to continue using them as loading dock, they have to pay into the parking department? Okay, and that's something that they will do. The bus stop without a lane to be able to drive into to pick up and drop off is only going to block traffic even further. The site is narrow to begin with, and it becomes even more narrow when we as a city ask that there be a paseo. And is it more important to have a paseo or more important to have a driveway to pick up and drop off guests so that they get off the street and we can have transportation, actually cars actually moving and not backing up and queuing on Abbott Avenue? That's a question that's beyond, I think, this board. It's a question more of the planning department and maybe the planning board taking a look at this because it does not work. And we've only started. And right now, this as it is presented while they're meeting all the codes that we provided, I can tell you as a person going there, a resident of only 65 years, and that's not my age, but 65 years, I will tell you that we can't get through the street. We can't find parking. So are we making it worse with projects like this? And I think we need to stop and think. We need to stop and do a proper planning. To enter into a parking agreement for employees, where are they going to park? We can't find parking as residents. So again, we take parking away from the residents that are patrons to stores and restaurants in the area so that employees can park. Yes, employees have the right to park, but not at the expense of a resident. And I don't know that it's worked yet anywhere. Maybe Scott, being in the Transportation Committee, can speak to this, but I don't know of any parking agreement where employees are, we tried to do it for the Eden Rock and the Fontainebleau, where we said, look, we will provide parking on the other side of, by Biscayne, which is now Midtown. This is how far back it goes. And you can then be bussed in by Eden Rock and the Fontainebleau. It didn't work. It didn't happen. So in essence, the parking lot next to the Eden Rock that is there for residents to go to the beach and tourists to go to the beach is taken up in the most part by the Eden Rock guests and employees. The residents don't have a place to park. So I have a problem with the project as is for all the reasons I've stated: parking, the ability to get from one street to the other, the increase in units, the fact that there is no driveway to drop off guests and pick up guests, the fact that Paseo is also used as the road for garbage pickup. I think we're trying to squeeze too much into a very small spot and not giving it the accessory uses that it needs to be able to function properly. Thank you.
You know, I'll just say, I was on the Transportation Committee for 8 years, and it's always frustrated me with the lack of requirements, and then to do something like this where you don't even have a driveway. I know people that have put in inadequate loading zones, and the trucks just stop in the middle of 17th Street or Collins Avenue. And I can hear the frustration. We're building something that is just not user-friendly for a regular day-to-day basis. It's shoving something too big into something too small with no accessory uses. That's where I feel. The residents are frustrated, and I think the city, I don't think it should have gotten to this point where the city leads you on to think that this is okay. I don't think it's okay either, I have to say. I just think it's too much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to keep harping on it. I mean, I think I philosophically, am all for the pedestrian experience, and more often than not, I'm, trying to promote that over parking spaces. But it just doesn't seem to make sense that you're making such a large-scale hotel and there's not even a valet drop-off situation. I mean, that, at a minimum, I think needs to be for a hotel of this size, that, and I understand that the site is not conducive to that, but it's just not making sense. And then so I'm looking at Google Street Map, and I'm where's the closest parking lot if I'm visiting this hotel? And it's granted it is adjacent to the site, but it's not to walk with this suitcase. It looks like you have to walk blocks around to get to the hotel, which is going to mean that you're getting dropped off right in front of the site on Abbott, which is a very busy street. I won't keep harping on it because I'm just echoing what everyone's saying, but it doesn't seem to make sense. There needs to be some means of designated drop-off pickup. I'm less concerned about the parking, but I mean, it's a valid point. And separately, I just wanted to ask with the wall mural. So that would be separately approved later if that was Or do we just, like, if we approved this today, would they could do whatever mural they wanted, or we would have to-
Murals require approval of the design review board up to 100 square feet. If it goes beyond that, it actually has to go to the city commission on top of the DRB.
Oh, okay, so I just wanted to make sure there was some approval
I think
on
they've
that.
expressed placing the rock facade that is in the front of the building that they're proposing. Would you be painting a mural, or you're doing the rock facade?
No, on the property line, it was the textured paint.
That should be,
Okay.
okay. I just wanted to check on
All right.
that. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't, yeah, it's, I acknowledge that the site is tight, but it's just squeezing a lot into what it is.
There was a question on the loading before, and so I just wanted to read the hours. So the code provides that loading for commercial and hotel uses and trash pickups with vehicles of more than 2 axles may only commence between the hours of 6 and 7 a.m., 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., and 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. So they're not allowed to have loading during rush hours. This is during the week. For loading of commercial and hotel uses for vehicles with 2 axles or less, this is more likely to be Amazon or UPS if they're delivering anything. They are allowed to deliver between 6 a.m. and 11 p.m. on weekdays.
Okay.
And I'd just like to say, if one of those trucks gets stuck on the MacArthur because of a pileup and shows up at 10 a.m., they're going to stop in the middle of Abbott whenever they want to. It's just not good. It's never
or Julia
enforced. It's
Tuttle.
never enforced.
Yeah.
And they stop wherever. They do it on Collins Avenue all the time.
And I think also, as a city, we forget to check traffic concurrency as it extends beyond the one street around the building. So how is that truck coming in from Miami get to this proposed project? Is it coming through, I assume, Julia Tuttle? Is it coming down Collins? Or is it coming down residential streets? Because that's what's happening. A lot of them are coming down residential streets, and it causes a problem of traffic congestion and speeding.
So, I guess I have one question there, controversial, not controversial, but, so I know the city of Miami Beach is continuing to get denser and more urban, but isn't this the type of project that this should be championed because there's no parking involved? Because it's, if we keep requiring parking and more car usage, it will just add to the traffic of the city, but them not having any parking requirements
I tend to
dissuades.
agree with you, but I think that when the project is this small and it's located on such a busy street, you at least
Yeah.
need to have some off-site drop-off, right?
Yeah, and
Like
valet.
just like maybe not the parking, but that's where I'm really struggling.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
the street it's gonna just block. I mean, and I'm all for the Paseo, I love that
yeah,
idea,
me
but
too.
I don't know.
And I'm all for modernism. I'm all for walking. I use Metrorail. I use bus system. I use public transportation. I know the pain, but this area, you're not even giving it a valet, like a little exit. So, and for trash, like we were saying, if it becomes 9 o'clock, traffic, 10 o'clock, it's going to cause more traffic. So it's not about parking, say, it's more about the flow of the traffic.
As a board, if this project came to us smaller, how would we feel? Because I think because we've got a drastic increase in number of units, obviously we're not talking about parking, we're talking about logistics and hotel operation. I'm just asking that because they're building the building to what they're allowed to build.
Right.
So it puts us in this
yeah.
position again. It's like, okay.
If this were to come back to me to respond to your question, I wouldn't just look at a smaller unit facility, boutique hotel, less than 48 units. I would also look at the drop-off and pickup of guests. I would look at the bus lane. That should have been corrected, not by them, but it should be taken into account now that we're doing this major overhaul of North Beach. let's do it properly. Let's plan. This is our opportunity. We can't have a bus lane occupying the driving lane because that adds to the congestion of traffic. People looking for parking adds to the congestion of traffic because there's no parking to be had. So to respond to your question, it isn't just the number of units for me, it's the parking, it's the loading and unloading, it's the trash pickup on Paseo, which is supposed to be a paseo, not a trash pickup. You know, that's not the meaning of a paseo. Paseo is I'm gonna walk and stroll down the street. I can't, there's a garbage truck there. And that garbage truck is gonna show up regardless of what our requirements are, when it can get there based on its delay getting into the beach.
Sorry, the garbage truck is not going on the Paseo. It's the trash will be wheeled out to the street.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
How do we,
And that garbage truck is going to park, I guess, in the
In the loading.
loading dock. Okay,
which it'll be on the street?
that's a good thing. But it's just, it's too much for too little of a spot, and for me.
I'm just asking these questions, like, how do we approach this where they're as of right allowed to do something, but logistically it doesn't work? What can we, in a drop off or a loading zone or a place for a truck to back in or a van or something, which barely doesn't fit, is that something that we can suggest
yeah.
and approve that?
But we can't, because it is not our job, I believe, as this board, to take a look at this whole North Beach concept that was approved by voters and massage it to see if it's actually working. Because it isn't just this one unit. You know, we're seeing, you go through that area now and you feel like these buildings are gonna come on top of you, and not even 25% of them are built. So I think it's something that the city needs to go back and look at. I don't think it's us saying, oh, why don't you put a driveway here, put a driveway there? There are too many problems for me with this one site and this one project for us to be able to, for me to be able to say, okay, this will work. It isn't just the number of units. You know, if we're looking at concurrency, not just for utilities, but also for transportation, for parking, let's look at it holistically. Because there is only so much traffic that can occur in this area. And it's bleeding into residential areas and into other streets that are at a max.
So I just.
Or you can start building, but maybe, you know, they don't want to use 71st Street, 79th Street as a way to get to the mainland, or as a way to get from the mainland to the beach. They don't want to use that. Nobody wants to use it. And if you do Google Drive or any of the other, it tells you, take Collins Avenue, take Alton Road, take LaGorce Drive, take Pine Tree Drive.
Permission to, I'm sorry, I don't
No,
want
go
to
ahead.
interrupt if there are any board members who so I want to first say that I really love Miami Beach. You guys, the way you're thinking about this is so invigorating for me as somebody who's really into land use and urban planning. And I really appreciate the tension that I think you're really putting their finger on, which is how do we design something that is both for the future and addresses the challenges of the present? The present is that we have a car-dominant society and most of our people will be dropped off in a car. But the future that North Beach is designed towards is one where it's pedestrian dominated. And the reality is that we cannot design this building to be both pedestrian and car friendly, but there is a balance that we have to strike. Another thing that I want to say, so that's just my personal side, we are willing to do the off-site parking agreement. As a zealous advocate, I have to just point out that the code doesn't require it, so we have the right to object. But I spoke with our client and we're willing to execute the off-site parking agreement. We previously requested a sample of this parking agreement for the Department of Transportation, and we're still willing and ready to work with them on executing what it is exactly that they're looking for there. Thirdly, we have a hotel operational plan in draft form here, which we're happy to submit to you all, where we would be willing to dedicate and commit to all of our employees signing something that says that they're either going to take the bus or use the bike room or if you all want them to have parking, a specific allocation of parking in specific spots. We're also willing to provide a valet. Transportation, who we've been working with since 2023, told us that they don't want a valet in line with the town center code, so we took it out, but we are willing to do all those things. The last thing that I'll say is the one net trip per 4 minutes is more than accommodated by the loading spaces, which are already built into this project. So we are not asking for new loading spaces. We're not taking anything away from Abbott. This already is occurring. We are simply legalizing this use because this is what they've been doing. If you go to the site right now, there's a sign that says loading only that has this space quartered off, and that is the same space that we would be using. So we are not imposing or removing parking from this area. I think that might have covered it. Ariel, did I miss anything? I wanted him to speak to the Uber situation because I think that there is a conception that lots of people are coming to Miami Beach and driving rental cars, but I live in the city of Miami and I Uber to Miami Beach because I don't want to park. So I just want him to talk a little bit about how we expect people to flow in and out of the property to give you guys a sense of what we're thinking.
Yeah, so thank you, Mitch, and thank you everyone for voicing your concerns so far. Speaking to the parking issue and providing on-site parking or this off-site parking agreement, if we were to find an area where we could reserve parking spaces for this use, we would be encouraging employees and guests to be parking within the area of this site and taking up these parking spaces that are being used by residents and other visitors to the area. By not providing a reserved parking area, instead we're encouraging the use of either rideshare, bicycling, walking, or using transit to get to and from this site, reducing the impact on the adjacent parking areas. Also, I wanted to speak again to the concern of a lack of driveway provided on the site. Again, the site is too narrow for vehicles to perform a U-turn within the site. Even if we were to provide a driveway that vehicles would drive into and reverse out of, we would be generating a very unsafe condition for not only drivers visiting the hotel, not only for pedestrians as well, but also for vehicles traveling along Abbott that have to deal with vehicles blindly reversing out of this driveway onto Abbott Avenue when they would leave this unsafe driveway. And I'm willing to answer any other concerns you may have regarding traffic or maneuverability. Thank you.
I appreciate what you mentioned about not everybody renting a vehicle or coming in a vehicle using Uber, Lyft, or what have you. But there are some people that may want a car. And right now, you also are bringing employees into the area to manage that 48-unit facility that requires parking. And whereas we cannot know what the future is going to bring, we do know what the past has brought. And in the past, there have been buildings built on Miami Beach, 2 stories such as this one, that were built without parking. South Beach is a perfect example of it as well, not just North Beach, where we built these 4 units, sometimes 11-unit multifamily buildings with no parking. And today, there's no parking on the street to be had for those people that own or rent in those facilities. So we have to learn from the past because we don't really know what the future is going to end up being. Hopefully, it will be a car-free.
I completely understand what you mean. I do live in one of those 12-unit on Meridian, no parking, and I have a car. And I don't have a problem other than the city once towed my car when it shouldn't have. But I've always found parking, and I'm on Meridian, which is, as everyone knows, a special street. I also used to live at 69th and Collins. I lived at the Collins for 4 years, just 4 years ago. So I really know this area really well, and I just think, I mean, I'm maybe biased because I come from Toronto, which has the worst traffic in the world, and then lived in New York and London, and I maybe am biased because I don't find the traffic that bad in Miami Beach, but, you know, and I lived in North Beach, and we often have projects up there, and we're driving through, and it might be 10 minutes longer than normal when there's traffic. So I think that the concern, I think it does need, we do need to have a lot more public transportation initiatives. That's obviously beyond our scope here in this room. But that's just my concern as a resident of Miami Beach, that it's, you know, in my perspective, maybe not as a big issue.
And I think the other thing that we would say is, in the event, I hear your concern, and we would love the opportunity to meet with you all individually and really look at the plans and get into it. I know and respect you all as professionals with design backgrounds and architect degrees. I know that our team would be willing to meet with the neighbors who we've already met with. If there was a situation where you could not support the variance today, we would much rather our item be continued so we can continue to work with you all and with the neighbors on what the city wants to see here. Like I started this presentation, I really was earnest in saying, this is exactly what you want, because I thought this is exactly what you wanted. I'm hearing otherwise, and I can count. I see the no's on the faces. So we would much rather talk with you about what it is that you want so that we can bring this project home than, you know, continue to turn this wheel.
Rogelio, I think to continue this, you know, I also hear the concerns, but from the other board members, but I think this is something that really needs to go back to planning. And whether to the planning board, I don't know how far back to the city commission, but this is going to be a problem if we were to approve it today, in my opinion. And tomorrow there's going to be another project like this, and then another project like this. And instead of doing what our goal was initially, was to improve North Beach, we're putting it down into approving a situation that is not functional. So I don't know that we can do anything here as a board. If they want to continue the project, that's fine, but it needs to go back to all of you, where it can be discussed at length.
So I will just,
And I understand why you all recommend the project. You have no choice because you're given the parameters based on, you know, the zoning that was changed for this area.
So the code requires parking for residential uses, and it requires loading, and most of the projects that are in the North Beach Town Center are larger, and they do have parking. They have their loading internalized, and the loading is intended to not impact traffic as much as to the extent possible. But the code does make accommodations for small lots such as this, where it is impossible. There was a project approved by the board 2018, 2019, where Las Vegas Cuban Cuisine is on Collins Avenue. That's a similar layout. It's a one-lot project, and it's simply impossible on Collins Avenue to provide the driveway that would be required of a much larger lot. It just cannot happen. There's no way to fit it in, and it would be a disruption to the pedestrian flow that the town center is trying to encourage. If you have that driveway and cutting across the sidewalks that the town center is really calling for. The goal of the town center was to encourage people to walk as much as possible. We understand that that's not going to be possible for every trip. People will still have to drive to their office, but the goal is that if they're going to a restaurant, if they're going shopping at the grocery store, if they're going out to a bar at night, that they'll be able to do that walking and not have to get in the car and make that happen. So that was the intent of the town center regulations. There is still going to be a lot of new parking built in the larger projects. They all are providing their parking requirements for all the residential buildings 100%. Some of the retail projects, the larger retail projects, have parking for the retail. So we do expect for there to be a lot of additional parking in the town center. But for these smaller lots, it's just not, it's not going to be possible for them to
And
provide
maybe
it.
you all need to go back and take a look at these smaller lots, because it cannot be the same treatment as the bigger lots that do provide parking, do provide loading. Because some of what you've said that, you know, we thought would be the case of people walking to all these places is wishful thinking. During certain times of the year, it just isn't going to happen. And with certain people, it isn't going to happen. And today and age, it happens more so than it did 10, 20 years ago, but it's not there yet. And we cannot do it at the expense of people that are currently living in that area and that own property in that area.
So does that mean we're going to do a moratorium approval for any
I just,
mid-sized project, like the
I
county
don't
North
know.
Beach at this point?
I get the parking waiver. What bothers me most of this is it's a hotel and there's nowhere to drop passengers off.
That's
And
really
what, listen to me for a minute, because this is not your fault. The city does this everywhere. They put bump outs in. There's no legal place for a FedEx truck or a taxi or somebody moving to stop. So now, instead of pulling where the bump outs were, they stop in the middle of traffic because they have no choice. And when you have a hotel with that many rooms, forget the employees, that's a whole disaster on its own, but it's code, and I get it. And if they know that going in. But when you have people being dropped off from an airport with luggage, and they forget something in the room and they don't move, and someone else comes, they're gonna just stop in the streets. And we just keep doing this. We keep doing this. We keep saying the Paseo, it's pedestrian, but then we don't give any room for practical, realistic functions of a hotel. I mean, where do you see a hotel on a main street without something to pull off on? I mean, that's just, it's not your fault, and I get what you're doing, and, you know, I don't know. I don't know how we keep doing this.
They do have, there is today on the site, there are 2 loading spaces, as was indicated. Perhaps in the approval of the conditions for the variance, we put in a condition that drop-offs would be allowed to take place in that space as well. That would be.
Could I bring up the image on the screen again? Because I do think that I'm sensing there might be some confusion. We are not loading on Abbott. We're loading in an additional lane that is adjacent to our property that is currently all parking spots. So this is not going to disrupt the flow of traffic because to the left of our loading spot is Abbott. And that entire lane behind us is all public street parking. And it's a one-way road. So in theory, anybody driving down Abbott could drive, either park there on Abbott, down the street all the way from 71st, so it's all public parking, or they could stop in the loading zone. Now, as I mentioned, our hotel operational plan, which we're voluntarily proffering, would limit and restrict loading and drop-offs to specifically our loading zone during specific hours. One of the things to keep in mind is that a hotel is not a 24/7 use. Check-in only happens at 3 p.m., which is not a rush hour time. So most of our people are coming in, and we can also, work with you guys to change that, but most of our people are not coming in at 9 a.m., or most of our people are not leaving at 5 p.m. So in terms of traffic flow, our traffic engineer has already said it's only one net new trip. In terms of where these people will be dropped off, they won't be dropped off on Abbott, they'll be dropped off in the loading zone, which is not the public street. And in terms of the number of trips, they would be happening minimally during times that are not peak hours, 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. So in terms of the delivery and loading, we also have in our hotel operational plan voluntary proffers to limit and mandate deliveries to occur, again, not during rush hour. And the other thing to keep in mind is that it seems like a big jump from 11 to 48 for the hotel rooms, but you have to keep in mind that this is not a traditional hotel. This is not like a Marriott. This is a boutique hotel. So we're expecting a specific type of patron who might not be necessarily willing to struggle for parking on Miami Beach, if that makes sense. They're most likely going to feel more comfortable being dropped off in the loading zone, or if we were allowed to, a valet area, but that would still be the same area. So the loading and the valet could be in those same 2 spots, or if the city wanted us to, we could expand upon it. Right now, what we are proposing is effectively an identical upgrade of what exists on the site. We are taking what you already have and basically elevating it to what the North Beach Town Center says that it wants to be. Now, I understand that there's tensions, but in terms of the data and the evidence, there is nothing to support the assertion that we would be creating traffic on Abbott Avenue. Our net new trips and the times that they're coming in just don't support that conclusion, and I want that to be
Can you
important.
confirm, you said patrons or guests of the hotel will only be coming in at 3 p.m.?
Check-in time, yeah. So-
Check-in
hold on,
time.
let me-
Right, so check-in can't be before 3 PM, but they can certainly come in with their luggage, drop it off with the front desk and go about their way, because their flight may come in at 9 AM in the morning, 10 AM in the morning. Where do you expect your patrons to come from? Out of town people?
Yes.
Yeah, planes come in at different times, so yeah, they can drop off their luggage before, it'll be held at the front desk, but they still have to be able to bring their luggage. They're certainly not gonna go around Miami Beach, with their luggage in their hand until 3 PM.
Yes, but I guess what our traffic engineer data is indicating is that most people are gonna try to get there around the time of check-in, which is well after. So we're worried about Miami Beach incoming traffic for people coming in from work. The people coming from the mainland are not gonna be coming in at that time. So that is what I'm trying to point out.
Okay.
Do you realize that Miami International Airport has the highest incoming planes after 3 PM? Inbound. Both international.
Right, but that's opposite
and-
of our traffic flow, right? That's exactly the point. They're
Right,
coming in
but if,
at the
but,
time that our
but by the
people are
time they
leaving.
get out through customs, 2 hours in customs, an hour getting your bag, and then going to get your car, that's 4 hours. So at 3, you're at 7. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you arrive, 7 o'clock, you're at Miami Beach. So that's gonna cause traffic.
But it's opposite of the traffic that we're worried about. So we're worried about mainland traffic coming into the beach. That's worse from morning commuters between like 7 AM and 9 AM. And then we're worried about Miami Beach traffic going back to the mainland, and that
I'm
would
not,
be worse.
but I'm not concerned about main traffic going in and out of Miami Beach. I'm concerned about traffic, residents going from here to Publix, from, to going up. Trust me, I avoid North Beach right now. What do you think is gonna happen in 3 years? And I'm a resident.
Absolutely. I don't want to marginalize or contradict your experience. I'll gonna turn it over to the traffic engineer because maybe I'm misspeaking.
Yeah, Mish covered it pretty well. The hotel is a relatively low trip generator compared to other uses, and the trips arriving and leaving the hotel generally occur during off-peak hours. Some trips may occur during your peak rush hours, but there's no, for example, like a work schedule, 9 to 5, that the hotel guests have to follow. They'll be leaving and entering the hotel throughout the day. It'll be a dispersed pattern of traffic. There won't necessarily be a hard peak. If this was a school or a restaurant, you'd expect not only much higher traffic, but much higher peak, much higher queues that would probably extend onto Abbott Avenue. Compared to those uses, this hotel will have less of an impact on certain times of the day where traffic on Abbott Avenue and on the external roadway network are at their worst.
Okay, so what are we gonna do?
I think there's.
We're beating it
Sorry,
into the
I
ground
think there's
here.
2 choices. One, you can ask for a continuance, go back and work with planning. I see so many problems with this project that I don't know that, but, you have to be positive and think that there's ways of fixing things. The other option is, we take a vote, we don't approve it, they have the right to appeal to the city commission, am I right?
The design could be appealed to the city commission, the variances would have to be appealed to circuit court.
Okay, that's option 2. But I think the bigger issue here is an issue that needs to be discussed by committee, commission, because it's an issue of what we've approved to occur in this area and how it really is starting to come about and the impact that it's having on the community. And it's not just the community of North Beach, it's the Mid-Beach community as well. So it's your choice. What would you like to do? Ask
Can I
for
ask this board
continuance or?
Can I ask this board a question as a designer? Because we have the challenge always to make all these things work. And in this project, for example, we have a project that is up to code that is taking, again, like Mitch said, an existing condition, and while we're adding rooms, we're adding a number of things, it's still within the parameters of how it works. But as it has been mentioned, as a small site, it's a very different situation than a big site where you can solve a lot of your problems on site. And this is a typology that by code does not require parking. So parking, in my opinion, should not, I mean, aside from the agreements and the logistics of drop-off, should be a discussion reserved for things that generate parking, like apartment buildings without on-site parking. That's really your main, which is a typology that you see many years going into the past, which I think is part of a big part of the issue in this neighborhood, which again is something that we have to address. And then we have another city ambition, which is the Paseo pedestrian scape, and again, turning what was a neighborhood of a certain kind into one that is more pedestrian friendly. If the DRB sends this project out the door by saying, you know, we can't solve these problems because these are bigger problems than what a code complying project coming in front of you can do, then what we end up with is a city that has, where these small sites with 2-story buildings will be there for the next 30 years or however many years until the city finds a way to solve these things, or until an owner accumulates 3 lots. Again,
Right.
so.
Yes, that's an option, an owner accumulating.
it's
We're
an
going to
option.
request the continuance. Thank you.
No, I know, but I want to ask them.
We should just take the continuance. Thank you.
Your points are valid.
We've
You
hashed
have
these
valid
issues.
points, and we understand you're in a tough situation, as is the planning department. They've been given this envelope of where to approve and not approve, or where to recommend and not recommend. The reality is, it's not working. And this is an example of something not working.
And I would just, my recommendation, continuance would be good, and coming back with the plans that you've discussed about mitigating the logistics of the hotel and operations when the linens are coming in every day and there's somebody double parked, and
Absolutely.
the things that we're concerned with here, and addressing those, and, you know,
Do we have design issues? Because I missed that part, so.
Yeah, I mean, even design issues, I didn't even personally get into them, but all this metal facade that is being proposed, I'd like to see what it looks like.
Yeah,
I'd like to
sample.
see samples of it. I think that would be helpful.
Absolutely.
I
We will
have
do so.
one question that I'm asking everybody today, and you didn't, other than the 2 residents that spoke up against the project, are there any other neighbors that you were in contact with that were not willing to recommend the project, that remuneration was offered or accepted? Did you have any other neighbors that did
I'm
not
not familiar with remuneration. Can you?
payment
Oh, no.
for recommendation?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
So we did meet with Bruce
And-
Fish, the president of the condo association at
Know
401
him
Blue.
well.
And
Did
so we,
not speak with him.
sorry?
Did not speak with him.
Okay, I was just gonna say for our record, we met with him upon receiving his letter, and we also met with the neighbor Carlos Peraza. We articulated to them many of the same points that we articulated today,
Yeah.
no need to rehash those. So that's basically where
So
we're
other
at.
than Bruce Fish from 401 Blue and then the 2 residents that spoke today, there's been no other contact with any other neighbors?
From my, yeah, from my experience, no,
Yeah,
and my principals
okay.
confirm. the same.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other design issues that we want discussed and brought back if he continues this?
Yeah.
I just think the
continues.
sample is a little bit more
Yeah.
renderings would be good.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Especially the metal.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, since we're all here in the sunshine, we will be reaching out to each of you individually. And I know typically some board members don't like to speak on an item prior to, and we receive some of those responses, but it would be really helpful to us if we could actually get some time on your busy calendars. So after this, we will definitely reach out and see if we can have individual conversations with you all and individual
And I,
conversations with
for
the neighbors.
one, please do not take this as a form of disrespect, but I will not speak to any presenter before the meeting.
Absolutely,
If somebody calls me and I pick up the phone because it's somebody I know and by mistake I talk to them, but I usually will respond, I will read whatever is sent and I will respond saying thank you for the input. And I will do everything in front of this board, and I usually, like all the other board members, receive the agenda virtually or by email the week before the meeting and in paper form the week of the meeting. But I want everything I say and everything I hear to be in front of the board members that sit here with me. No, not right now. You will. Oh, I think when your item comes up.
Public comment was,
Related to the ethical issues that you're actually mentioning, so I should speak.
So you can't speak now.
I think let's
Let-
finish this item.
I mean, you're actually touching the point right now. I've been waiting since the morning, and I think we need to bring this up.
Okay.
Because it's actually a ethical matter.
We're-
And
We can't, there's this, you have to be sworn in.
I've been asking Rogelio actually to put me on the agenda, and he hasn't responded. So there's ethical problems here, and it's not.
about this
Which item
application,
is it?
6945.
Related to the Lagos Country.
No, that's
No,
not
that's-
before the board right now, and we're in the middle of another item. So we'll deal with that.
Point, and I need to make my point.
No, that had
Okay.
nothing to do with Lagos.
Basically, this is
No.
not about Lagos, this is about ethical issues, and how the board members are actually intertwined and not making disclosures, and basically, I'm getting hurt by that. And there are multiple conflicts of interest that Myra Lugagoli has, and she has.
Okay.
We're not.
Let me stop you right here. In order for me to listen to the Lagorce item at the last meeting, it was first reviewed by the state ethics attorney, county ethics attorney, and city ethics attorney. So there was no conflict for
Okay.
me or any other member, I think, okay? But this item of Lagorce is not before us today. What is before us today are the items on the agenda, and out of precaution, because it's happened in other neighborhoods, I am asking, have you had interaction with any other neighbor? So we need to finish this item that we
Yeah, I don't
have
think this
before
is
us today, Abbott Avenue, and then proceed with the other two items. I think, sir, if you want to speak with Rogelio, we do so at this end of this meeting with Mr. Steve Frosting. But this item of Lagorce is not on the item today. And I hope that you do appeal and that you do come before this board later on. So let's take a vote. You ask for a continuance?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Do we have a motion for a continuance?
I can make a motion now since I'm
Okay.
no longer chair.
Okay. And
Do we need to set a date for the continuance or not?
We'd like the next meeting if possible.
Okay.
Okay.
November meeting, and you're clear with, we'd like to see.
The samples, you'd like to
materials
have
and-
conversations about what we can do to make sure the hotel
What's
operations.
printed on the metal on the facade?
Wait, I didn't hear that.
Sample of the perforation
Yes.
metal,
Yeah,
and then what's
so-
printed on that in the color palette.
Yes.
And then, and maybe what's on the north side of the building, what is
The
there?
textured paint
Yeah,
sample.
Yeah, or if there's a gradient or something going on there.
Does anybody have any other?
And in addition to the hotel operational plan, which will address the concerns that we've raised, very valid concerns.
Are there any other illustrations of the Paseo too you could provide?
Yes, those were done in response to the recommendation, so we really put those together because we wanted to be proactive about giving you what you want. We are happy to take more time and in these conversations, really work on something that the city wants to see in conversation with our neighbors as well.
All right. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Continuance, aye, this will be continued to the November meeting then.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Who got the who made the second?
Laura.
Laura.
I made the motion, Laura the second.
So
Can we take a 5-minute break,
need a
please?
5-minute break? Yep, 5-minute break, please.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. The next item is DRB 25-1112, 50 West Dilido Drive. This application has been filed requesting design review approval for the new construction of a two-story residence, including one or more waivers to replace an existing house.
Okay, so this is an application for the construction of a new two-story home on West Toledo Drive. The home is requesting a waiver, and that's why they're before the Design Review Board. The waiver is for an additional 3 feet in height. The site is a large site. It is a 21,973 square foot site. The home is adjacent to an easement on the north side, I believe, on the north side of the island. So it really doesn't have a neighbor abutting to the north. This easement is just an open grassy area that the city is putting a seawall there and is redoing the site.
Is that a utility easement?
I believe it's for utilities, yes. It almost feels like a street end, but it's not a street end. And so that, so they don't have a neighbor to the north. As a result, the site has, the home has been pushed as close as possible to that area in order to provide for a larger setback on the south side of the property, where they do have where they are adjacent to a home. The home is being designed in a contemporary style. The facade has highlights materiality and texture, has modern architectural features. It's clad in a travertine and board form concrete. The home has walls that are broken up by bands of windows and vertical wood louver accents. And then it has projecting eaves, floor slabs, and trellises that are edged with a black aluminum metal. It has very lush landscaping on the property. Staff did meet with the applicant a few weeks ago, and as a result of concerns that were raised due to the adjacent property, the applicant has agreed to incorporate some enhanced landscaping in order to minimize the potential impacts as a result of this waiver. And so as a result of that, we included a condition in the draft order regarding a requirement for the enhanced landscaping along that edge to further screen the property. I would say with the waiver being granted, the home is still lower than what they could have done if they were proposing an understory home. So even though they are getting a 3-foot waiver, this is a conventional home. The height limit for conventional homes is lower than with an understory home. So the height that is actually being requested is lower than what they could otherwise do as of right. But because they're requesting the 3-foot waiver, they have to come before the DRB. Other than that, staff is.
I'm sorry, so it's 3 foot higher than a conventional home, but yet lower than an understory?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order.
Okay, and before we start, are there any disclosures from the board? No? Okay. 10 minutes.
I heard from a neighbor, and I heard from the applicant's attorney briefly.
And I received numerous communications from residents, I guess, neighbors, and a phone call from a friend who's also a neighbor saying that this was a good project and that this easement, utility easement, was important for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Staff, Michael Larkin, here representing the applicant. With me today is Sanjay Javeri. He is the owner of the property. Cody Thaman is our architect. Bart Rains, our general contractor. Carolina Montiero is our landscape architect. And I'm also here with my partner, Matt Amster, and my colleague, Mark Guerrero. PJ, can you pull up the slide, please? Thank you. Next slide, Matt. Next slide. So the property is located on the southern half of Toledo Island on the western side. It's about a ½ acre in size, which is a very large property for the Venetian Isles, where the typical lot size is about 10,000, 11,500 square feet. Next slide. The property has RS3 zoning. It is actually a much larger lot than what RS3 zoning typically is. It's more akin to RS2 zoning. It exceeds the minimum lot size of RS2 zoning. RS2 zoning is our estate zoning. It's mostly found on Lagorce Island, upper section of North Bay Road, and certain sections of Pine Tree Drive. Next slide. Staff is recommending approval of the application along with all of our requests. We're not seeking to modify any of the conditions of approval set forth in the staff recommendation. Next slide. The staff recommendation is substantial competent evidence. This is meaningful because we're in a quasi-judicial hearing and you all are sitting as judges. You need evidence to support your decision. What the courts have said is that the recommendations of local government are substantial competent evidence. Here, what staff did, they applied the design review criteria to our proposed home and they asked one question: is it compatible with the surrounding neighborhood? Is it compatible with the adjacent neighbors? And staff has answered that question with a resounding yes, it is. So you also take comfort with the fact if you're going to recommend in favor and approve our application today, you're doing so on a sound basis because the staff recommendation is substantial competent evidence. Next slide. We're asking for 2 waivers. Rogelio described the first one, which is advertised seeking waivers. So the first one is, as a general rule, in the RS3 zone, is 24 feet for a flat roof. We're asking for an additional 3 feet. The City Commission could have charged you all with a 10-foot waiver, which would be an additional story, even 5 feet. But they decided that 3 feet was modest. It's not perceptible from the street, but it's incredibly meaningful to the owner. With regard to the second waiver request, the way it works with walls along the interior property lines is that they can be 7 feet in height, but the first 4 feet must be solid. After that, there must be aluminum picket fence. Based upon the concerns we heard from the neighbor to the south, we went ahead and asked for a completely solid wall at 7 feet from future adjusted grade. That's significant height. He had actually asked for 8 feet, which would require a variance. I think 8 feet is a little bit unreasonable. A 7 feet solid wall from future adjusted grade should address his concerns. Next slide. For 30 years, the prior owner blocked access to the water for the interior lot owners. The original developer, the Venetian Isles, included in every Venetian Isle these, I call them street ends, Rogelio might disagree with me, but they're street ends, so the interior lot owners can have waterfront access and have vistas of Biscayne Bay. The prior owner disagreed with that approach, and he erected a fence, and he blocked access for over 30 years. This is a constant source of concern and consternation for the interior lot owners on Toledo Island. As you can see from the survey here, this is how it used to look with the pavers. He used it as a driveway. Then the smaller line indicates the picket fence. Next slide. This is how it looked before. Note the pavers, note the black aluminum picket fence in the rear, completely blocking access for the interior lot owners to the water. Next slide. When Sanjay purchased the property, he called me and said, Michael, I don't know what really to do about this situation. There's a fence on the street end. I don't own the street end. I'm not sure. And before I had the chance to answer him, he went ahead and instructed Bart to remove the fence and pick up the pavers because he believes like he's the new kid on the block and he wants to get along well with the neighbors. It did not sit well with him that he would be a continuing source of controversy for the neighborhood. So now it's completely open for all the interior lot owners to traverse this street end and enjoy the views of Biscayne Bay. Next slide. This is a survey that proves what I'm showing. It's a recent survey that shows the removal of the pavers and the removal of the picket fence. Next slide. Some interior lot owners asked that we proffer a condition that said this will never happen again. We're happy to do so. It's obvious you can read the condition. We won't erect a fence again. And if you include this condition in the order, it runs with the land. It doesn't depend upon the ownership. So we're very happy to proffer this condition at the request of some of the interior lot owners. Next slide. Neighborhood outreach is very important to Sanjay. He asked us to do it. He did some himself. We're happy to give you 8 letters of support. I think there are probably others in the digital hearing file, but we really tried very hard to get as much support as we could from the owners on the southern half of Toledo Island. With regard to Mr. Krieger, our neighbor to the south, who is objecting, I reached out to him at the end of July, and I had a first meeting with him. He expressed some concerns, but I thought I would be able to address those concerns. The next day, he informed me he hired Bob De La Fuente to represent him. He was going to fight the application. I thought that was abrupt, but I think Bob's a good guy, and I could have worked with him. A couple of days later, I was informed that Bob was not going to represent Mr. Krieger. Some weeks passed. Mr. Riley then became the attorney for Mr. Krieger. I also knew Mr. Riley. I asked Matt to discuss the matter with Mr. Riley. They met no less than 6 times over Zoom, talking about different ways to accommodate Mr. Krieger. I intentionally pushed this application from the September agenda to October to give us more room to try to reach an agreement. Based on those discussions, we, again, agreed to enhance the landscaping voluntarily without the benefit of an agreement, and we agreed to seek the waiver with regard to the materials used on the wall. Mr. Krieger had an additional concern about where our summer kitchen is situated closer to his property. He asked me whether Sanjay was a single man. I said yes, and then he understood that Sanjay was a man of some means, and he was worried that Sanjay would throw wild parties and disrupt his peace and quiet. I tried to convey to him that Sanjay is a very serious and somber guy, as you will see with his testimony today, but I wasn't able to make much headway. But it's important to note that Sanjay actually, for the last 2 years, lived on the south side of Mr. Krieger. He rented a home there. And I don't think Mr. Krieger is aware of that. And there was never any noise issue. I asked Sanjay, did code enforcement ever come to your front door and ask you to turn down the music? And Sanjay was like, what music? I don't have any parties. This is not the way I am. So we believe that that condition is unreasonable. There was another request made of us that is linked to a theory that Mr. Krieger has with regard to a devaluation of his property based upon the approval of our project. We don't buy into the devaluation theory at all. Therefore, we did not entertain that request. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Cody. He's going to walk you all through the rest of the presentation.
I think you'll need more than 2 minutes.
I think so, Mr. Chair.
Before we start, how much?
Yeah, how much time do you need?
Probably 8 to 10 would be ideal.
Okay, let's give him 8 more and see if we can get it 10.
All right, Cody Thaman, Thaman Architecture and Design, 2414 Coral Way, Miami, Florida. We have put an extensive amount of work into this project. This is the owner's dream home, and we've really worked to meticulously craft this home into something that's going to be really special for him and his family. As you can see here, we have some existing images of the lot. As Michael mentioned, that street end has been demoed, brought to the public. From the aerial views with the demolished lot, there's now a vacant lot, which we intend to build this beautiful home. On either side of the north and south, there exists very dense landscaping on both adjacent properties. We've worked a lot to go through the neighborhood context and make sure that what we're proposing is fitting within the neighborhood. So I'll get through a little bit more of that in a moment, but we've been very diligent about analyzing the neighborhood and the relationship to the neighborhood. From a site planning perspective, we've really taken great care to make sure that this lot and this home is formulated on the lot in a very cohesive manner. As Michael mentioned, and Rogelio mentioned, we've really pushed the house as far to the north as possible. So we've utilized a 10% side setback on the north side, which abuts the street end. So we have a 12-foot setback on that side, which ultimately grew our south side setback. So now we have 18 feet on the south side. In addition to this, the mass of the home is really configured centralized on this lot. And you'll see here at the front of the home is a garage and a gym, both of which are lower slung one-story structures. So the idea is that this home from the street is really a minimized in scale with those one-story elements. Additionally, at the north side is where we've proposed a good mass of the home. So on the south side, that massing of that two-story structure is way less significant than what we proposed at the north. Here you can see at the second floor, that mass on the north side is where we have the bulk of the mass of the home. Additionally, that second floor setback, I think we have 78 feet from the street on the north side and close to 75 feet on the south. So we are significantly set back from code required second floor setback. So we really wanted to do that to make sure the mass of the home is really centralized on the lot and not overbearing on the street. At the roof deck, we're proposing a roof deck, which again is centralized on the lot. We are code compliant with making sure that we're at least 10 feet away from the sides, and we are actually more than that. Elevator core is also centralized as well. The design of the home is very, very special to me, to the owner. We've really worked to reduce the perceived scale of the home with these thinner eave elements, which we're proposing in a black aluminum. We have tastefully input feature walls in board form concrete, which will be a much more textural, organic feeling material that serves as a beautiful canvas for the dense vegetation. You can also see here from the street how we have those lower slung one-story portions of the garage and the gym that are closer to the street with the second floor significantly set back. We're also proposing Ipe wood soffits to really warm up the architecture, as well as privacy screening with the louvers, and then ample glazing to bring in a lot of light into the home. You can see here as well, once you step into the property, we've really worked along with the landscape architect to have the water features, the landscape really bleed into the home. So there's a lot of articulation, the massing within the facade. We really want this home to feel indoor and outdoor. So we actually have landscape elements, water features that seemingly bleed into the home and really disrupt the mass of the home. From the rear, obviously the main component of this residence is a beautiful view to downtown. You can see there at the north side, we have that two-story portion, which is larger. And then at the south side, that has been mitigated and reduced quite a bit. So similar motif to the front of the home, which is the black aluminum thinned out edges, which we've made thinner and dropped down a little bit from our maximum height in order to reduce the perceived scale of the home. And then a lot of glazing to take advantage of the views, as well as the pool and the landscape that bleeds into the residence. Materiality I touched on, we're using the Ipe wood for the soffits to really warm that up, as well as the privacy screening with the louvers, the board form concrete, which is a very beautiful material with the veining and the grain of the wood once that's stripped. Again, just that beautiful canvas for the landscape to really steal the show on that. As Michael mentioned, we are proposing the 3-foot height waiver. Here's a diagram that depicts that 3-foot additional space. On this elevation, you can see how we've worked to articulate the side facades, making sure that we have ample fenestration, courtyards, dense landscaping. It's going to be every facade of this home has been really thought out. From a section perspective, this depicts our proposed ceiling heights, which we're showing as 11 feet at the ground floor and 10 feet at the second floor. We're also popping up in choice locations to provide some accent lighting, some warmer materials at the interior. So we really feel that this additional 3 feet in height is going to allow the structure to breathe quite a bit more, provide enough space for our mechanical, make sure there's a very resilient home, make sure that we have proper insulation, a very well thought out design. You can see from the street here, this is the proposed context rendering. So you can see at the north, we have quite a bit of landscape with the street end, as well as the existing dense landscape to the south property that's already existing, which we've gone through with our landscape architect and identified and proposed additional landscaping along that property line. And then from the rear, you can see how this home will really fit and nestle into the neighborhood. Obviously a smaller existing home at the north, but we have that large buffer with the street end at the north, as well as the dense landscaping at the south side. As I mentioned, we've spent a lot of time on the context and the relationship of Delito. So we went through, and this is an elevation of our home and then quite a few homes to the north. And if you track that red line of our proposed height datum, you'll see that a great majority of the homes either approved or constructed or under construction are all proposed at a similar height datum of what we are proposing. And here's to the south, and same thing, that we have these existing and new homes that are being constructed that are similar to our height datum in red. This is an elevation of our two adjacent neighbors. So to the north, we have the street end, which is going to be the landscaping. We're proposing the 39-foot height NGVD, as well as that significant separation. You can see how we have on the south side 18 feet because we grew that setback, as well as additional feet between the two properties, the buildings themselves. So at the smallest portion, we've got 26 feet 8 between the two properties, as which will be very densely landscaped. Here's an exhibit that shows if we went to base flood elevation +5 and stayed at the 24-foot height, you will see here that we can build a home that's only 1 foot lower than what we're proposing, and this could be done by right. And here's an exhibit if we were to build an understory home by right, we would be 6 feet taller than what we're proposing. So effectively, with a lot greater than 18,000 square feet in RS3, we would be granted 31 feet in height to build an understory home. As such, we would be 6 feet higher than what we're proposing now, which gives us 7 additional feet from the 24-foot minimum. We've spoken at length about this with the client. They want a resilient home, so we've opted to go to base flood elevation +3, not so high that it becomes overbearing, but something that's resilient, good for him over the long term. But he did not want to build an understory home that would be perceived as so massive and gigantic. And then here is just an exhibit of an RS2 zoned property. We're in RS3, but our lot size is commensurate with RS2. And you can see here that if we were in an RS2, we'd be given 28 feet in height, which would be 1 foot taller than what we are proposing. The side yard open space, you can see how we've got a lot of green space between there. We really wanted to highlight the sheer amount of space we have between our property and the property to the south. So that's all going to be densely landscaped. We have a great separation between the two buildings. And then we have our landscape plan, which we have Carolina from our landscape team here. This is our originally proposed landscape plan. After discussions with the neighbor, we've opted to enhance that landscape along the south. So here's our new proposed landscape plan, and then here is highlighted in dark green all the additional landscape we've added to propose and help with the buffer between the two properties. So you can see where we have our 2-story mass of our structure abutting the southern neighbor. We've really planted that very dense so they don't perceive that our home is next to them really at all. And then also they were very careful in making sure to analyze the existing landscape on the south property and infilling any kind of gaps that exist there. So that's been done with this new proposed landscape plan. As Michael mentioned, we are requesting a waiver for the wall height. So you can see that there, the 3 feet, the final 3 feet we're proposing as the solid wall in lieu of the pickets. So that's depicted here. And we've also, as I mentioned, went through and analyzed this landscape. So this is a section taken at the front of the property. There's existing bamboo and fishtail palms on the property to the south that are very dense and tall. So we are adding some landscape at the front in order to enhance that. This section is taken at the middle of the property, right where our 2-story structure is. Again, existing dense landscape on the south lot, and then all the additional landscape that we're adding to our property. So there will be a very dense landscape buffer between the two homes. And this is a section taken at the rear, looking back towards the front. Can I have a couple more minutes? I'm
How much
sorry.
more? 2 more minutes?
2 more minutes, we're getting close. So this looks back towards the street from the water, and you'll note that there were some landscape gaps on the south property. As such, we've gone through and made sure to add additional planting to cover all those spaces between. The massing of the home, as I mentioned, really the 2-story massing, the larger bulk is at the north side of the property, far, far away from the neighbor to the south, as well as we looked into their program of the existing plans that we have. They do not have a lot of fenestration or impactful moments on the inside of the home that look directly north to our house. As such, we've also worked to mitigate and make that smaller portion of 2-story abutting that property. Here you can see the separations between the property. At the smallest, I believe we were 26 feet 8, with some as high as 31'7" separation between the two. We were also very cognizant of all of our mechanical equipment and utilities, so any noise-making equipment, any equipment that needs active service has all been put to the north side of our property. The only piece of equipment we have on the south side yard is simply electrical panels that won't make noise, don't have maintenance, will be lower on the wall, won't be perceived. As such, our generator condensing units are all pushed significantly further to the north side of the property as well. And that completes our presentation. We've put a lot of time and effort into this wonderful home, and I hope you appreciate the amount of time we've spent to be a good neighbor.
Thank you, Cody. Mr. Chairman, would you like to reserve some time for rebuttal right now?
Okay. Members of the public wishing to speak?
We have a hand raised, Guillermo.
Good afternoon, Guillermo.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Before you address the board, I need to swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to set the clock for 2 minutes for you to address the board.
Okay, it shouldn't take me that long, but my name is Guillermo Ramos at 400 East Toledo Drive. I'm on that south side of Toledo Island. I've met Mr. Sanjay, and we've and it seems like he's moving ahead with a lot of good faith. This easement access on the ends of street or has always been an issue, and he openly addressed it and opened it up right away, which is wonderful, something that the city had such a problem with due to politics, but I don't want to go all the way back. So I thank Mr. Sanjay. It's been a pleasure. Based on what I've seen and the plans that I just saw, I think it is consistent with our neighborhood. And matter of fact, in a few more years, I'll be building my own house. And so I just highly recommend the project. And I've talked to other neighbors on this side of the island, some of them which are on that list and some others that are not. And we all are very grateful to Mr. Sanjay to resolve the easement access issue. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is anybody else online?
No other hands are raised online.
Do we have anybody in person?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Melissa, have you been sworn in before?
I have not.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm cutting in here because I am running late and I need to make it for a flight, so I just want to be first to speak. So hello, everyone, and introduce myself as Melissa Beatty. I was the past president of the HOA for the Venetian Islands. I'm also vice chair of the planning board. So Laura, I know why you're wearing a sweater. I'm here today to show my support for the project from Mr. Sanjay. As the gentleman who just spoke right now, I got to meet our new neighbor when he bought the property, and he was nothing but cooperative into making sure he was a good neighbor in the neighborhood by releasing basically the easement and taking care of clearing it up for us at his cost and even offering to landscape it. So I'm really under the faith that Mr. Sanjay is trying his best to be getting along with his neighbors. For the most part, everyone who I spoke to in the neighborhood were very supportive. A lot of people got to see the renderings. It's a beautiful project. It's in line with the last 6 houses that you've approved in the neighborhood as far as size and height. Most of them have turned out to be spectacular, beautiful homes, and even though they're overwhelming at first when they start building, by the end of the project, thanks to the landscaping, a lot of these projects blend in really well, and you guys get credit for pushing for these projects to have decent amount of landscaping so that it blends in and looks good. And I tend to always favor projects that are done for the homeowner for their own use over spec projects. So when we see the spec projects, they tend to be a lot less considerate of their impact on their neighborhood and their relationships with them. And beyond that, some of these houses that get built and don't even ask for variances, they're often done on the cheap. They tend to take a couple of years to build. They're kind of cold looking, and then they take a while to sell. And by the time they get get bought, then we go through a whole new round of construction that happens because they're cheaply done. So prefer having a good project, well done, there's money put into it, into it looking spectacularly good and blending in with the neighborhood. Can I get 1 more minute, Mr. Vice Chair? All right.
You have 1 more minute.
All right, so I understand that there's going to be a couple of neighbors complaining about this new project. And I know it's unpleasant to go through construction. I've been living 21 years in our house in the Venetian Island. 16 years of the 21 I've been dealing with construction on either side of our home. It's part of living in a neighborhood. I don't think there's too many neighborhoods here in Miami Beach that are not going through all this construction. So I do have some empathy for people who are living next door to these construction projects, but it's part of the reality of an evolving city. As far as for the height that's being contested, it doesn't take any away of that the new construction going on next door is bothersome, but the height as far as is in line with a lot of the projects that you guys have already approved. So I just want to again reinforce that my in full support of this project and full support I've got from many of the neighbors who I've spoken to as well.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a next person? Next person, step up to the podium, please.
Hi, my name is Curtis Williams. I live at 109 First San Marino Terrace.
Have you
and
been
I'm-
sworn in yet?
Oh, no, sorry.
Yeah. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. I do.
Okay, I'll set the clock at 2 minutes.
Yeah, I just want to express my support for this development. That there are a lot of projects that happen on our islands that are not as thoughtful as this one. And one of the things I think makes this different is that the developer is actual neighbor. So he's been approaching this as a neighbor, not just a developer, which makes a big difference. I am just want to, for full disclosure, I am a current member of the Neighborhood Association Board, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the board. I'm speaking as a neighbor. I'm not expressing the views of the board at all. But I will say that even seeing these renderings for the first time, I'm impressed with how Sanjay's managed to give a massive home kind of a very low profile, which is difficult to do by use of architecture and the color and material choices and the landscaping he's chosen. So I think it's very respectful. I think he's been demonstrated his commitment to being a good neighbor in that he has treated the waterway access, which has been a sore point for the neighborhood for some time, with great care and respect. So we appreciate that, of course. And look, I understand that a lot of people who have lived in the neighborhood a long time have some issue with some of the size of the homes that are being put up, but there's nothing in this waiver that's out of the ordinary for what's been approved before. I mean, I myself, I live in a 1936 Spanish-style home, which is now it's going to be the only home that's on that section that's more than 50 years old, I'd say. So I'm facing construction on both sides of me as well. And I think as long as it's done responsibly, I think that it enhances the neighborhood. I know one of the issues that one of the grievances I've heard is that these homes will diminish the value of Michael's house, but I don't see any evidence of that. I'm a realtor, and I do not see that building homes that meet market demands and consumer taste will do anything to the detriment of the neighborhood, and quite the opposite. It will only enhance the value of his home. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next person?
Morning, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you be
I
giving?
was sworn in.
Oh, you were?
earlier.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
I'm Richard Krieger. I live at 101 East Toledo, which is next door to the easement on the east side of the island. And it's my understanding that the easement was never owned by that property anyway. It's public property, a utility easement, and belonged to either the city and/or the Venetian Islands Homeowners Association. And it was sort of fenced in and taken over improperly, and nobody really did anything about it legally until now. The new owner, the appraisal would show that that's not part of his property anyway. But I'm also very grateful and glad to hear all the good comments about our new neighbor, that he's a kind and considerate person. But having lived there now for 14 years, I built my home, rebuilt my home. I followed all the rules and did not really ask for any adjustments to the limitations, height, et cetera. So the only thing I would object to is that I do feel, even though it's been approved and there's all these new homes being built, that it is making a big difference in the feeling and the look of the neighborhood. And just because it's been done before, I just feel that it's harmful and not good to continue to be giving variances and increasing the height and making them even bigger and bigger. So it's sort of destroyed the original feeling of the islands. Even though many of these homes are beautiful, some of them do look like a gigantic office building. So I just wanted to make my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. If we have other people, if you can come up and take two podiums at once so we can move along, please.
If you do need to be sworn in, I don't know if everyone was here earlier.
No, so I need to be sworn.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I'll be very short. I mean, I'm in support of the project. I think it's beautiful. The house is amazing. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said already, but the one thing that I would say is on Rivo Alto, there was this, sorry if the owner's here, but like this understory home, which is absolutely horrible. And I think that going with this waiver of the height of this project is a much better idea than going with like a bigger home that would be an understory. And apparently they could do this if they want to. So if I had to choose between two things, I would definitely go for the waiver, and I'm in big support of it.
And for the record, could you just tell us your name?
Sorry, I'm Antoine Roy. I live on the 803 East Delido Drive, so I'm one of the neighbors.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else come up, sir?
Well, we've had a lot of people speak about neighbors. I'm actually a neighbor alongside Mr. Krieger.
Have you been sworn in, sir?
I have.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Michael Carpenter. My wife and I are owners of 118 West Toledo, which is not the next house, but the one next to that, north of 50 West. I did write a letter to the board describing my objection to the height waiver, and I'll just talk about that very briefly. First, the revised code for RS3 makes it clear that the maximum height for a flat roof home is 24 feet. The request for number 50 is 27 feet. As I understand it, the recently updated code of 24 feet was to allow for the ceiling heights of preferred modern story homes these days. The arguments that are made in the letter of intent in favor of the higher footage, to me, are specious. The first one is, well, if this were in RS2 and not RS3, we'd be allowed 27 feet. Well, if I was 6'4" and was strong, I'd be a basketball player, right? If an understory home was being built, then we could build much higher. Well, it's not an understory home. They're not asking for an understory home. And by the way, the landscaping is going to be fantastic. Well, I assume that's true anyway. And by the way, with regard to the size of the size of the lot is most relevant if you are looking at a distance. So the higher you're going to go, the more your setback should be from the front. And I don't see any evidence of that. And I kind of look at it and say, why is it that every time somebody comes forward to Miami Beach and presumes that they can beat the rules, why does that happen every time? Why do they ignore, they assume they can negotiate? I don't think it's right. And I think the rules are the rules. Well, I'm sorry, I'm going to continue for a little bit.
I can give you one more minute, sir.
Thank you. This house at 50 Toledo will be 5 feet higher than our house. When we built our house, we were asked by this board to cut back the height from what we were allowed by right, to shrink the size of our roof deck, and to reduce the height of our entry into our roof deck. Why? Because of the neighbors' objections to increased height. This is a neighborhood that is sensitive to increased height. And so that would be my second argument. And my third argument is we don't want West Toledo to be a canyon. That's not what we want. The third argument is that my wife would have a very specific concern as relation to precedent. If the house next to us at 108 is basically a tear down. If this is allowed to go forward, then the person that comes to buy 108 is going to say, well, I want the 3 feet as well. And then if you add that to the resiliency, I'm going to have somebody who's potentially between 5 and 10 feet above where we are. So on their roof deck, looking down onto my roof. And so, in short, the required 3-foot waiver is unnecessary to build an attractive modern 2-story home, is detrimental to the neighborhood, look and feel, because the people who've commented on
Sir,
the neighbors,
to wrap it up now,
and
please.
creates a very concerning precedent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Bill Riley. I'm an attorney with offices located at 16343 Southwest 256th Street. I'm here this afternoon representing Mr. Michael Krieger, the only abutting neighbor to the subject property. And as I structured my presentation, I had a PowerPoint presentation but I wanted to see how much time the chairman's going to give me. This is our only opportunity to create our record. So it's the way that the law provides. So I'd ask for 5 to 8 minutes, if that's acceptable.
I can give you 5. It's a little
5?
pushing it.
Okay,
yeah.
well then I
Give you
will,
5.
I'll speed through it some, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move now to ask that our materials, which I provided a handout booklet to try to truncate the presentation, that be incorporated into the record today, and the PowerPoint presentation, that's before the board, also be incorporated into the record, and that'll allow me to speed up a little bit. Now, we've heard a lot of information today with regard to whether or not the applicant is a good neighbor. I've never met the applicant. I've spoken to Mr. Amster several times. Matt and I have a good relationship, go back a long way. I have nothing but great things to say about Matt. And him and I were working probably for about 60 days on potentially a settlement to our clients could agree. Unfortunately, we didn't reach that settlement. I was hoping not to be here today. Unfortunately, I am, and I'm here because I don't think that there's any, I think that the attorneys representing the applicant are phenomenal. I don't think the applicant's being a good neighbor. And I've probably in my entire career have appeared before a board opposing a project maybe 3 or 4 times. This is one of those times. I thought I would be able to get an agreement with a neighbor, like I said, wasn't able to do so. But the facts are the facts, and I want to present the facts to you because there's been a lot of narrative going on the past few days that I think is skewing this whole discussion. Now, before I do that, I want to run really quickly into the slide presentation. Now, this board has a charge, and that charge is to apply 2.5.3.1 design review criteria. There's 20 criteria that the board has to apply in order to determine whether or not a project deserves a waiver, a variance, whatever the case may be. It's not whether or not it's permissible and it's wanted. It's whether or not it's appropriate. And when it's talking about appropriate, in the very beginning of the section of the code, it talks about in relation to the site and adjacent structures in the surrounding community. Now, it talks about that, and I've highlighted it in red. It talks about the surrounding community and the neighboring property owner at least 8 times. Because that is the biggest question, whether or not the project is being sensitive and compatible to the neighboring property. In this case, the answer is no. But in addition to our argument that the answer is no, we have a legal objection today that we don't think that this item can be voted on today. We think that this item is prematurely before the board, and I'll explain to you why. It says, if you can see right there in the middle of the paragraph, it says lighting shall be reviewed. Now staff, City of Miami Beach staff, I work throughout South Florida. City of Miami Beach staff is probably the best staff, professional staff of any local government jurisdiction I've ever worked in. They are top notch. But they're understaffed, they're overwhelmed, and in this one case, I think that they made an oversight. And even though they recommended approval, some of the things that the applicant has created this narrative to obtain their approval is just not accurate. The subject property, right here on this PowerPoint slide, the applicant begins its letter of intent by saying that the subject property is an irregularly shaped waterfront lot. Now, I'm not going to belabor the point, but this is one of the largest lots on Toledo Island. It's not irregularly shaped. It's 2 full lots. It's a double lot. It also abuts a city easement, as you've heard. It's a half an acre of waterfront site. I mean, it's almost unheard of in most areas of Miami Beach. This easement there we're talking about that he took out the fence. Now, I didn't know he agreed to landscape it. That is very nice. But he took out the fence. Well, just because I come in and I say, look, the guy before me violated the law, but I'm not going to violate the law. That's not a feather in my hat. The other person should not have been violating the law. They should never have that gate up. Just to say that I'm not going to continue that, I don't think is.
They gave you way more. They gave you 8 minutes. I said 5, so you got to.
Oh, I didn't see. Okay, I was going
You got to move up a little quicker.
Okay, I'll go a little bit quicker. Anyways, I wanted to address that. Now, Mr. Krieger's home His family has owned this in 1987. They lived there, they've improved it. It's a modest 5,400 square feet, plus or minus, associated with the next door property. And I'm gonna speed it up fast, but I need to put this into the record. The staff recommendation, it determines that the RS zoning code permits only 24 feet that you heard. That section, right below there where it's underlined, what I put in there is a section in the criteria that it doesn't meet. Now, the criteria says it has to determine compliance with the requirements of the underlying zoning code. The city spent millions of dollars hiring professionals to study and adopt your new zoning regulations. And then applicants come in and without a substantial justification should not obtain a variance or a waiver from the requirements of that zoning code that the city spent so many resources putting together and studying. So it fails that section. It fails these other ones, but I'm going to move forward really quickly because I know the chairman asked me to move forward, so I got to. Okay, so on an overall perceptive, it talks about compatibility. Now, our property is in a canyon. We've heard the word canyon before. The house with a double lot that's proposed on the property will be the largest house that we have been able to identify on Toledo Island. It will tower above our house. Now, whether or not they can build higher, you've heard that the applicant is a single-family man. He doesn't have parties. He doesn't come outside his house. He doesn't make noise, all sorts of stuff. But he wants his maximum AC square footage. That's the reason he hasn't gone for the understory. So he's asking for not what he needs, he's asking for the most possible, which is the point that we wanted to make. Now, again, I wanted to go through this, but it doesn't seem like I'm gonna have time, but I incorporated it into the record. The criteria continue to be failed, okay? Because it's not sensitive to the home. But I wanted to move forward because I want to make 2 points, Mr. Chairman, and then I'll step aside.
You have 15 seconds, so make them quick.
So here's the one that they completely ignored. The lighting shall be reviewed. Staff recommendation says not satisfied. A lighting plan has not been submitted. The criteria says shall. This shouldn't be heard today. There's no lighting plan, and the lighting is going to affect our property.
Okay,
I will turn it over to Mr. Krieger now. He has when you're talking about the devaluation, I just wanted to say, we have an opinion from Berkshire Hathaway. I have it on the screen for you. You can read it. It's the devaluation that we had professionally studied by one of the top-notch real estate agents
Okay.
out there. So I'll leave that up there.
okay. Thank you.
Mr. Krieger, were you sworn in earlier today?
Excuse me?
Were you sworn in already?
No.
No. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Chairman, commissioners, members of the board, I'm going to have to look at some notes. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm an introvert, so I'll have to read this. My name is Michael Krieger. I live at 34 West Toledo. I've lived peacefully on this island for, it'll be 39 years coming up. I rebuilt my home in 2010. I went before, I took a historic 1937 home with gorgeous architecture. I went before Tom Mooney. Tom Mooney said, "You're not tearing down this house." He said, "You're going to rebuild it." I said, "Okay." I took a 2,700 square foot house. I built 5,200 square feet. I'm single. I use 2 bedrooms in that house. 2 rooms, the kitchen, the bedroom. The rest of the house I don't even use. This is it.
We need to talk about, because I couldn't get to, is the entertainment area.
Yeah. So I'm surprised my attorney was given 5 minutes when others were given 8. It's not right. I've lived there. I own the Marlin Hotel in Miami Beach. I stand before you not as a developer and attorney. I'm not an attorney, but as the only adjacent homeowner who will be directly and permanently affected by this proposed project. I recognize clearly the applicant has retained a highly experienced and well-connected zoning attorney. with personal ties to members of our homeowners association and others involved in this process. There's a lot of bias going on here. I raise this not to accuse anyone, but to stress that when relationships run deep, the appearances of fairness matters as much as the outcome itself. Over recent weeks, there's been a coordinated effort to rally testimony from people who aren't directly impacted by this construction, to create the impression of broad support. But the reality is simple. The impacts fall on me, not on them. This project pushes beyond the intent of zoning code, including height and major entertainment areas placed directly beside my home, when there's ample space on the opposite side of the lot. I'll ask for a fair and unbiased hearing, that's all I ask for, where longtime residents are given the same weight as those with more influence in this community. Thank you for your time to hear me. I will make a statement here. There was a falsity stated here. That's a fact. That when this home was rented by Mr. Sanjay, I had to call code enforcement over 6 times. It'll be on record with the city. There was unlimited SUVs with the engines running 24 hours a day, 3 of them at a time, at this house to the south of me. This is for a 2-year period. Each time code enforcement came, there's no doorbell on 28 West Toledo, the rental house. I would get a notice from code enforcement that says, there's nothing we can do. The parties for ball game events and in the entertainment area would echo straight into my courtyard, like a amphitheater. I'd scream. I'd turn up my own music to fight back. Nothing I could do. I'd drive to my home. There'd be SUV Rolls Royces blocking my own driveway. The arrogance. And nobody I could even speak to. I've always been physical confrontations outside. Move your cars. Who are you people? That's how I'm treated? 38 years here, multiple businesses on Miami Beach.
I understand, sir, we're dealing with a
It's not
design
right.
review.
It's a misstatement that was made. I asked for the entertainment area to be moved to the other side of the property. You've got an easement on the other side of the property. He should move it there.
Okay,
Okay? That's a
Thank you.
reasonable request. I don't know why everyone in this board allows continuous height over the code. The code is the code. You build to the code.
Sir, I know-
I built to the
thank
code.
you.
I know who you favor in this hearing. I know.
thank you.
Okay? They waited intentionally for you to arrive. So I understand how this works. This is a rigged system. and I
Sir,
object.
now you're accusing somebody of doing something
I didn't
that,
say who. I'm
Okay,
just saying, I know what's taking place here. I have my rights.
Okay.
And I'm not going to stop fighting this case.
okay?
I just wanted to clean it up a little bit. If I could, I don't want to ask any more time, Mr. Chairman. I just want to answer the board member's question, and then I won't speak anymore. She's asked before whether or not there's been enumeration, remediation, or from neighbors. We asked for 5 things, just so you know. We asked for a height increase in the wall. We asked for additional landscaping. We asked for the outdoor entertainment area to be relocated from against our property to the easement property where there is no neighbor. We asked for less than 5% of what the real estate agent from Brickhouse Authority said our devaluation would be. And we asked for
Wait a second, 5% of a devaluation, what is,
That's
of
the
a,
5%.
what does that equate to?
About $500,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
$500,000.
All right, that's, all.
$500,000.
okay, that's all I needed.
So, and it's mitigation from the devaluation. But the last thing we asked for is because the other time that there was a development next to Mr. Krieger's house, that development damaged his property. So we asked for $250,000 to be held in escrow in case there is damage.
Okay, that's not how things work in the city with construction, I'm sorry to say.
I'm telling you 5 things about, 'cause I'm making a
Okay,
disclosure.
I'm just telling you right now, you do not ask for somebody doing construction to put money in escrow for a neighbor. That's not how it works here.
I'm making a disclosure.
Okay, I'm just,
I thank you for disclosing it.
and I can
So
tell
you
you-
asked for $500,000.
Thank you.
Because of the devaluation. You asked for the fence height. You asked for the entertainment to be moved
Yes.
adjacent to the vacant lot. You asked for money to be placed in escrow for what purpose?
In case there's any damage to Mr. Krieger's house during the construction.
How much in escrow?
$250,000. That would be held by an attorney
And what was the
or
5th
somebody
thing
like
you
that.
asked for?
Those are the 5.
Oh, the
Okay,
5,
so-
Those are the
okay.
5.
we
Thank
can,
So I want to make sure, because I want to make it clear on the public record, that out of those items, We got a maybe on the height of the fence and a few additional landscaping treatments.
We're going to clarify
That's it.
we're going to
That's
clarify
it.
that when we have time to speak, so thank you.
I have one
Okay.
statement I'd like
No.
to make, if you'll permit me. On the previous construction to the south of me, when they battered over 50 concrete pilings into the coral bed next to me, they cracked my pool. And they killed about $100,000 worth of koi in my ponds. They destroyed and they had damaged. They put cracks in my house itself that were not horizontal, they were vertical,
That's-
which is the worst.
That's out of our purview, though.
It's
And
out of your
and-
curb, but I'm telling you, that there's, when you drive.
I
that
understand,
kind of
sir,
piling,
we're all
there's
going
real
through
damages.
construction with neighbors.
There's real damages.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying.
I understand.
And escrow for damages is not unreasonable.
Do we have any other members who would, any other public members who wish to speak?
About the owner. Sanji, or whatever his name is. Kevin Pluck.
We have no more members of the public?
No.
to-
Is the owner of the project here today to speak?
Yes. Would you like to hear from him first?
If
on
he has
rebuttal?
something to say, yes.
Yes, okay.
I-
Mr. Chairman, with your
I-
permission?
What is the owner's name again?
Sanjay Javeri.
Okay. Property appraisal records show a different ownership.
It's a land trust, and a trustee is
Yeah, it
authorized
doesn't
to
say
sign for a
land
land
trust, it
trust,
just
but he's
says,
the beneficiary.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
No
All
problem.
right, I'm going to invite Sanjay up, and then I'd like to have another type of rebuttal as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you all for hearing my testimony. My name is Sanjay Javeri, and I'm the homeowner at 50 West Toledo Drive. This is my first DRB hearing, so forgive me if this is a little personal, but I thought I'd share a bit about my background. I was born in the U.S. to two immigrant parents, which meant we had no relatives or longtime friends around. Our neighbors were our support system. Our neighbors looked out for us, helped us find our footing in America, and so from an early age, I was taught being a good neighbor was not just important, it was required of you. When I bought this property, it soon became clear to me that the street end was a highly emotional issue. For 30 years, the previous owner in the neighborhood had been fighting about it. I had multiple land use attorneys tell me because it had been part of my property for so long, I could fight to legally claim that land. I immediately said no. I wasn't going to fight with my neighbors, and as valuable as the land was, the respect and goodwill of the neighborhood was much more important. In the same spirit, I wanted the neighborhood to see in me they had a friend and an ally, someone who would give back to the Venetian Islands. We have painstakingly taken our neighbors' interests at heart while we designed this home. It would have been a lot easier to build an understory home. I would have saved myself all of this. But when you drive down to Lido today and you see those homes, they feel more like apartment buildings than houses. Instead, we designed a house, even with the extra height, feels very soft and subtle from the street, as I hope you can see from the renderings. We thought about our neighbors every step of the way, from the placement of the equipment to each setback, and at great financial cost to me, satisfied Mr. Krieger's requests of more landscaping and a taller wall. But as we went back and forth, it became clear to me that his main issue had nothing to do with the design of my home. He wanted compensation, and he threatened to object at this hearing unless I gave it to him.
I object to that.
We're not in a trial, sir.
No, it
You
is
cannot
a trial,
object.
and it is a
Sir,
record. It is, I have to be able to object.
Sir, you've had your time.
I have to be able to make a record. I have to be able to object. I just say an objection.
You're not recognized right now.
That's fine, I'm still going to object.
You're not recognized right
I'm
now.
still making the objection for the record.
He did it to this southern neighbor a few years ago, and now he was looking to do it for me. It felt deeply wrong, and I said I couldn't take part in a world where neighbors use their leverage to exploit each other. There should be trust and decency between neighbors, not extortion. I want to end on a positive note, so I will say it has always been a dream of mine to design a home. I've thrown myself into creating a design inspired by my favorite architect, Olsen Kundig, but with a Miami Beach character and soul. There's been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but in the end, we've designed a home I'm very proud of, a home that I plan on living in and raising my family in for a very long time. The extra height will improve my quality of life for years to come, so I hope you will grant it. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. I'd also like to correct the record. When I was living in that home, I never threw one party, I never entertained outside, The instances he's talking about were during short-term rentals over the summer months when I was not in the home. He specifically came over one day to complain to my assistant about it, and she cleared the air and said that was not us. I had an outdoor entertainment area bordering his property at 28 West Toledo. I never used it. I never played loud music. I never disturbed him. And you can go look at the noise complaints to see that. Thank you very much.
I'd like to set the record that I was just accused of being an extortionist, and I want to have that clear on the record in this hearing.
Michael?
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman and board members, I have two other elements of the rebuttal I'd like to make. I'd like to offer some testimony, and then we have an appraiser here to discuss the valuation issue.
Okay, finish with what you were saying.
Yes, sir. So, with regard to Mr. Carpenter's testimony, I happen to know Mr. Carpenter. I think a great deal of him. He was my former client. I actually obtained the approval for the home where he now lives. What I will say about precedent is it really does not neatly apply to a development review board. When you all grant any type of request, it's based upon a set of facts that's unique to that application. It is helpful to know that there are multiple height waivers that have been granted on Toledo Island, so we're not some revolutionary firebrand asking for something for the first time, but I would never suggest to you all that you're bound by precedent. You are not an appellate court. The doctrine he's referring to is really stare decisis. That's when an appellate court is bound by prior decisions of that same court. That doesn't really neatly apply to a development review board. And in fact, Justice Barrett, who's now in Supreme Court, in her recent book, said stare decisis is good until we decide that the decision was wrong. So she has a very narrow opinion of stare decisis as well, as I do. With regard to his assumptions, Mr. Carpenter assumes that his neighbor to the south will pass soon. She's an elderly lady, so that is sadly true. Then his second assumption is also correct, that it'll be redeveloped at some point in the very near future. But the third assumption is somewhat faulty. His third assumption is that someone will come in and ask for a similar height waiver. The wave of development I'm seeing on the Venetian Isles suggests to me that that's not correct. It's going to be more or less an understory home. That is really where the majority of homes are going. That jurisdiction was taken from you all a few months ago, unfortunately, but I think it will be an understory home, which is an entirely administrative process. The other alternative would be a lot split, which would divide this larger property to the south of Mr. Carpenter to two lots. You all have jurisdiction over that. Seeking a height waiver for a home that's on a 10,500 square foot lot is a bit much, but you all would ultimately be the judge of that. So I don't think that Mr. Carpenter's fear is well-founded. With regard to what Bill Riley has said, if an appellate court should look at the evidence that you all are considering today, they don't weigh competing bodies of evidence. They look at what staff has said, and they look at whether it's factual and relevant. And I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Madan. Mr. Madan, what was your undergraduate degree?
I have an undergraduate degree in public administration with a minor in urban and regional planning.
Okay, and how long have you collectively worked as a public employee, as a planner?
Just to follow, I have a master's degree in urban and regional planning as well. I have worked as a planner since I was an intern at Orange County in 2006. So that would be 18, 19 years.
Okay, so you're much more of an expert than what you really like to talk about.
Perhaps. Maybe.
Right. Thank you very much
Yes.
for that. So I've now qualified Mr. Madan as an expert witness. He is the author of the staff recommendation that you all are considering today. With regard to our efforts to accommodate Mr. Krieger, no, we did not compensate him $500,000, but what we did do is that we enhanced the landscaping along our southern property line. We asked for a waiver with regard to the materials for the wall to make it 7 feet solid. We increased the setback to 18 feet along this property line. We pushed our mechanical equipment far to the north. We are not seeking understory. We made sure the garage on the north side next to the street end, not on his side. With regard to our rear yard cabana, we made sure there's a solid wall facing south to inhibit any noise that might otherwise issue south. And the massing of the home, as Cody showed you all, is heavily weighted toward the street end. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our appraiser. He's just going to talk a few minutes about the valuation.
I just need, you know what? I think the appraisal thing is superfluous on both sides. I don't think it's relevant. And
I respect that, Mr. Chairman. We're going to stop then. We're just going to submit his letter into the record.
Okay, that would be fine.
Mr. Chairman, I just have to do my job. I'm not trying to be difficult, I really am not. But if a witness is questioned, I have to be able to question them too. It's just my job, otherwise it's malpractice. Just like if he presents an expert witness, I gotta be able to question them. So I know that.
Make it
You don't want me to
very
interject, but
quickly,
I have
and
to.
that's it, okay? Please.
All right, so, sir, I just want to ask you two questions. And I do think you're a phenomenal planner. But first, does the code require a lighting plan and the criteria when it says lighting plan shall be provided? Is that a requirement?
The criteria calls for, let me read it exactly. Lighting plan shall be reviewed to ensure safe movement of persons and vehicles and reflection on public property for security purposes to minimize glare and reflection on adjacent properties. Lighting shall be reviewed to assure that it enhances the appearance of structures at night. So I would say that lighting plans are required as part of a building permit process. Generally, they are not ready at this phase of the design process. We're looking at the architecture of the site. For some larger projects, we do request that the lighting plan be submitted to the design review board. Generally, for single-family homes, we leave that as a condition that can be addressed as part of the building permit process.
And I appreciate you defending the staff recommendation. And again, I have no issues with regard, I'm just wondering what the requirement is. In that section where it says the lighting plan that you just read, is that related to the design review board's criteria, or is that related to the building official?
It can, but the design review board does have the ability to delegate certain things to staff.
Okay. Last question.
Okay, well,
Last question.
No, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address some of
Wait,
this.
I just
my God,
I just
wait a
gotta do my
minute.
job. Just last question.
We will address the lighting plan among ourselves when we talk about it. What was your last question? One more question, that's it. I'm giving you one more, and that's it.
That's all I'm asking for, is just one more. I just gotta do
Go
my
ahead,
job.
what's
Go
the
ahead.
question?
My last question is, was the lighting plan submitted?
The lighting plan was not submitted as
Thank
part of
you.
this application.
Okay.
So these design review criteria, they are sometimes satisfied, they're sometimes not satisfied. You see that in every single staff recommendation. It doesn't preclude us from presenting to you all. And as Rogelio told you, the lighting plan is typically submitted at time of building permit. But we're willing to discuss it during board member discussion. I can invite Cody up. We already know exactly what type of lighting is going to be
Okay.
in our rear yard.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it, Mr. Chairman.
Jeez, does that conclude comments from the public? Okay, now, board members, who would like to start this one?
I'll go. Thank you, everyone, for speaking. I know that that was, this is a lot of time to take out of your day, so just appreciate everyone coming out. I mean, I'll say, I think recently more too, we've come across this 3-foot height waiver issue on multiple projects with multiple applicants. And like somebody said, I mean, we have to treat this on a case-by-case basis and how sensitive the applicant's being to the surroundings. It's a waiver, it's not a variance, so there's different standards to apply. I think that the code gives us discretion there to obviously more than a variance. And I mean, I think some of the issues that were brought up may be outside of our jurisdiction here as a board. Just to say that, you know, we're here to speak to the design and to this being a waiver request. So I'm going to speak just to that. I think in this context, the home design is beautiful. I'm very impressed by it, and I think that there was a lot of sensitivity given to the surroundings. I think that this lot is a large lot. I think that this is the instance when, if we're going to give a height waiver, this is typically when I think this would be appropriate. And I think that the house really sits nicely within the landscaping that you're proposing here. So as long as, you know, there are conditions here that landscaping will mature very quickly or already will be matured, I'm in support of the home.
Yeah.
I'll let somebody else pick.
The 3-foot waiver is more than accommodated by the landscape and being that dense and not be viewable by the adjoining properties, so.
And the wall is at request of the neighbor that it is adjacent to?
Yes.
The other waiver or variance we're talking about here, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful house. I have nothing negative to say about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll speak. So there's been some accommodations given to the adjacent property owner by moving the media room, media entertainment area, and by complying with their request to build a wall higher than the code requires. I would not be in favor of building that wall higher. That is a code requirement, and there is no reason to build it higher, especially with all the landscaping that's going in. So I think that request should stay within the code as far as the height of the wall. And I think that the neighbor is in agreement with it just to be able to move forward, and that should never be the reason for something to come to us. As far as the height of the home by an additional 3 feet, there was a project brought before us at the last meeting, also in the Venetian Islands, where they wanted additional height. It was your firm that brought it. It was the, anyway, and the only reason for wanting this additional height was to have higher ceilings. And I'm opposed to that. They're obviously, I don't feel that that is a reason to approve an additional height. That being said, and I said the same thing before, I'm being consistent. I don't see the reason, even though at the last meeting, the reason given for the additional height of the roof, of the ceiling and the roof, was to be able to camouflage the mechanical equipment, which in a lot of that size could have been placed elsewhere. That being said, I do not see the reason, and this goes to really something brought up today. We sort of favor as a city homes being built with an understory that then provide an additional height. And whether the house has an understory or the house, here's the understory, or the house is elevated, we're, as residents, we are complying with a base flood elevation +1, and in some cases, plus more than 1 foot of freeboard. So what's the difference if we put a understory or we raise it with earth to come up with that elevation? That's where I think the fallacy is, and I don't think there should be an encouragement given to those homes with an understory, because I don't think it's necessary. I think if you give it to one, you need to give it to the other, to both. So that, I think, is working against the current property owner. You know, because if he would have built with an understory, he'd be even much higher than what's proposed right now. So I would request that we look at that and discuss it as a board, or, you know, the planning department look at it, because I don't think that that should be the case, that should be allowed. So those are my thoughts on the project. I think it's a beautiful project. I think that the landscaping, once it matures and even when it comes in, is going to be gorgeous. I do not like understories myself, so I appreciate and I understand your feelings on it. I want to make one comment that really is not part of this board purview, but unfortunately it has happened with other projects on other places of Venetian Causeway, where property owners are requesting money in exchange for granting of a favor and approval for a project. I find that to be incorrect, to say the least. And I don't find that it should continue to happen. That's whether you use the word extortion, illegal, or unheard of. Unfortunately, it's not unheard of, unfortunately, but it is not right. Nor is it right to request monies to be put in, what's the word, in escrow in case there's damage. If there is damage, you need to prove it, and you need to go to court, and you file for that. You put a lien on the property if they don't pay you for the damages, but we don't do that. That's not right. It's not right as a city, and it's not right as neighbors. And I hope that these type of things, and I will continue to ask every project that comes before this board, because apparently it is happening quite often, where people are asking for money in exchange for agreeing on a project. I will be asking at every project until the city attorney tells me that I can't ask for it. And even then, I may question him telling me that I can't ask for it, because I've done that before too. So I thank you for the presentation. I thank you for saying and divulging that you actually asked for this money.
So, to finish this up, I've sat on this board now for 6 years. I'm about to be termed out. And one of the things I'd like to say is that, unfortunately, I've sat here and watched people lie to our faces about who they were and what they plan to do with their homes. And so I find all the background information a little superfluous. It shouldn't matter for our purview of why they're building what they're building. I don't even know where to start with this stuff. So first of all, I think the design is beautiful. And I think that I'm also frustrated with, again, the city, the code. I don't know why they give us these waivers and they create this conflict. And it should be one thing or it should be the other. In this case, this is such a large lot that it is equivalent to the other size lots that allow this height without a waiver. So again, I don't know. I think code needs to be adjusted to that so that that doesn't need to come in front of us. And when you have a lot that's the same size lot as the other one, there shouldn't need to be a waiver for it. I also, it's ironic that you guys both had realtors give you appraisals of property devaluation, which I find crazy. I will say that the ceilings in this home are 10 and 11 feet from what you said.
Correct.
That's not an egregious ceiling height for a house of this size, on this size lot. I will say I heard from the neighbors and mostly support, and I think that you've done everything that a normal person can do to try to accommodate the neighbor. I find the request for money insane, and I think that that needs to stop. It should be illegal, and it should be not discussed anymore in a situation like this. It's really, we should, anyway. What else did I want to say? I think you made a lot of accommodations. I think the design is beautiful, and I think that I would support the waiver based on the size of the lot and the ceiling height, and basically what else has been built there. So, yeah, that's all I got. Anybody else? Anything else? Do we want to make a motion?
I think so.
Oh, I'm sorry, did you want to speak?
No, I
Do
agree.
we need
I
to
agree.
take the waivers separately, the wall height and the height?
So,
of the
oh,
building?
yeah, I didn't
We
even
need to
talk
take
about the
those
wall height.
separately.
Again, back to the accommodations. I think I would give this waiver because he's trying to do something to help the neighbor. It's a big lot. I think the landscaping is enough. I don't have a problem with the wall height. I mean, this is a situation where I think a higher, what do they say? Good fences make good neighbors. These are not friendly neighbors. I think I'd give a waiver for a 12-foot wall there. Call it a day.
Yeah, and
So,
some
that's where I
bulletproof
stand with
in
that.
it. But the reality is that the code says 4 feet, and the only reason we're going higher is because one neighbor is requesting it. So tomorrow, another neighbor is going to request a 7-foot high wall, and the person presenting before us is going to request a waiver to be able to appease. And if it's good for one, then let's change the code and let's allow 7 feet.
All right.
But but to just appease a neighbor who, by the way, is asking for all these other things that are unheard of, doesn't make sense.
So I can clarify the fence heights. So the code on fence heights is tricky. It's actually one of the most difficult things we have to review when we're getting a building permit. The code allows for a 7-foot tall wall. However, you have to measure it from the sidewalk elevation. In many cases, in most cases, the home is required to raise the yard. We still have to measure the fence from whatever the sidewalk is if you want to go to 7 feet. If you want to measure your fence height from the adjusted grade, which is what you're raising your yard to, the code allows you to have a 4-foot wall and 3-foot pickets above that, unless waived by the DRB. So that's the question before you is, do you want to allow them to replace the pickets with a solid wall? So they can have 7 feet, but it has to be open pickets above 4.
So I swear that I've seen in new construction on 30th Street, a house that has a retainer wall that it's got to be 9 or 10 feet. Is that because it's from 7 feet from the crown of the street? Or because they've raised their lot so much that?
If they've raised the yard, in order to have the fence be measured from that raised elevation, what would be allowed as of right would only be a solid wall up to 4 feet, and then it would have to be pickets above. So if they did something else, then something will have to, unless they came to the board and got a waiver.
Okay, all right, well,
And-
so.
and-
We'll have to look into that.
For
We
that,
had a
disagree.
previous project that came because you said it needed to be, it could not be chain link on the side, but yet all these new projects have a chain link above the retaining wall to be able to contain the elevation of the property. And then they buffer it with portocarpus or clusia or whatever landscaping, but it's not always a picket, it could be a chain link fence on the side, not necessarily on the front or back.
On the side,
The code used to, unless it's changed, allows chain link as long as it's not visible from
side
the
yard.
street.
Right, these are all
Look
things.
Let me
I'd like to
look up that
address
regulation,
later,
but
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Let's stick to the task at hand.
So this one basically is 4 feet to contain the earth, and they can put additional landscaping on top, and they can put a picket fence above that to make it a solid wall above the 4 feet.
Right.
It
You're
would
not,
be our
but,
waiver.
okay, so do we have a motion though? Because we want to move forward. We have two waivers, correct?
waivers.
We have the height waiver of 3
Can I
feet.
make one statement that was misconstrued? They did not agree to move the entertainment area to the other side, which is a big thing, because landscaping does not stop noise. It just
Okay.
doesn't.
My
And I did ask
apologies.
For that to be done,
Okay,
and they didn't agree to that.
thank you.
So do we have a motion? We'll start with the design, I guess.
Motion to approve the design.
Okay,
Second.
okay, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and now we have the waivers. Does anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve both waivers.
Both waivers.
I think you need to
Oh,
take
and
them
a motion to
independently.
approve the height variance.
The height variance of
Height
3
waiver.
feet.
3 feet.
Height
Height
waiver
waiver,
of
yeah.
3
3
feet.
Yes. a motion to
Okay.
approve.
I'll second that.
We have a second. Laura, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. You're in favor?
I'm okay with it
Okay.
because it's,
Okay.
the guy didn't do an understory and he would have been a lot higher.
Second waiver is for the,
And I think, I'm sorry, I think, Rogelio, we do need to discuss the differences in heights between understory properties and properties that are elevated to base flood elevation +1, and some are going as high as base flood elevation +5.
Okay. If you'd like, would you like us to schedule that as a discussion item on the
Yeah,
next agenda?
Yeah, when you're ready,
We had to
the
prepare a
whole
lot
list
of
of discussion
graphics for
items
that.
that I would like to
Yeah.
review and have before.
yes.
my term is up.
Okay.
Okay. Fence waiver.
Second waiver for the fence.
A motion for waiver for the fence.
And we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
So we have
you
one
have
no.
enough.
You're fine.
Motion passes.
Okay.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next item, we have one more. Can we get through? No, it's freezing. Can we turn the air up a little bit? Does it
It's
have to
usually
be
cold in here.
55 degrees in here?
It's you.
No, it's sometimes, yes.
Scott, can you do 6940 Abbott?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our last
Breaking
one. We
for
should
lo-
just do it.
No.
No?
Then we have the discussion.
But, I mean, that's like discussion.
I don't know, we have lunch.
So what do you want to do?
No, we can do it.
That's quick. Do you remember me? You were the assistant city manager before I was. Joe Jimenez. I was here 10 years.
Are we ready to hear the
Tell me
next
your name
item,
again.
please?
Joe Jimenez.
Joe Jimenez?
I came over with Jimmy when Jimmy first came,
Oh, when Jimmy was here, okay.
but I stayed with.
I remember the name.
I remember you.
So you are here for 6940, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And as the absence of people proves, I think this one is a little less controversial than the previous one.
Why not have that one?
What surprised me is how much prettier the room is from when I left. I haven't been in here in 10 years, so I was like, hey, you guys spruced
Well,
it
it was
up.
just renovated.
Yeah, I saw the plaque outside.
All right, we're going to go to the next item on the agenda, DRB 25-1088, 6945 Abbott Avenue.
No. 6940.
Am I wrong?
69,
No, it's DRB 241070. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's
I'm
two
so
that are across the
sorry.
street from each
Yeah.
other, so you might be looking at the other
We
one.
went backwards, okay.
Yeah.
DRB 24-1070.
Okay. 6940 Abbott Avenue, this application has been filed requesting a modification to a previously design review approval for the construction of a new 10-story mixed-use building, including waivers. Specifically, the applicant is requesting a variance of the front yard setback and one more waivers.
Okay, so this is an application that was approved originally on March 8th, 2024. It's for a 10-story mixed-use building, including some waivers for the combined loading parkways and driveways. This is a building that will be residential primarily, and there's a hotel component to the building. It does have parking, it has its loading internalized, none of that is changing. What happened here is a couple issues. First, when the applicant was in for permitting, FDOT advised the applicant of the future raising of Abbott Avenue, which is part of State Road A1A. It is the southbound lanes of State Road A1A. Collins forms the northbound lanes of State Road A1A. As a result of that, they have some issues with the differentiation between the elevation of their ground level and the elevation of the sidewalk. That was not contemplated at the time that this originally came in for the building permit. We thought the building was going to be lower, and so they were going to be able to have their sloping and ramping organized in a different way than what is ultimately expected. So as a result, excuse me, they are requesting a waiver of the clear pedestrian path to allow for that pedestrian path to be split between the lower sidewalk level, and then they'll have a portion that's on their property temporarily. Once the road, and then they'll have a ramp in between that. Once the road is eventually raised, they will be able to remove the ramp and everything should be at the same elevation, and we will have the wider sidewalks as is intended by the code. So staff is not opposed to the granting of the waiver. It does appear to be temporary. We have included a condition in the draft order that requires that the applicant work with the city and the Florida Department of Transportation to facilitate the harmonization between future road raising projects affecting the subject parcel. And then the applicant shall ensure that the clear pedestrian path requirement is met upon the completion of the harmonization. So they guarantee that they will be working with FDOT and the city once that happens.
Have fun with that.
In a fun way. There shouldn't be too many issues because there's no driveways there. The driveways is really where we run into issues with harmonization and
Right.
projects like this. So there shouldn't be any issues. Their driveways are all on the other side of the block. This property spans the entire width of the block. They're providing the entire paseo on the north end of the block, so
Okay.
this is.
All right, so this sound,
One more issue is a variance that they're requesting. The property, the code requires a 10-foot setback. When we looked at the plans originally and when we got the first survey, the plans did not take into account a 2-foot dedication that had been made in 1949 by the owner, the original owner of the land. I believe it was Mr. Abbott.
Mr. Abbott.
Who Abbott
Coincidentally
really.
enough.
And so eventually the survey was updated. It showed a 2-foot area. We thought it was an easement, that it would have counted as part of that 10-foot setback. But it turns out that it actually was a dedication, so it's not part of the property, therefore it doesn't count as the setback. So they are requesting a variance of 2 feet to account for that dedication, so technically their setback will only be 8 feet. It doesn't really affect the way the property will look. That 2-foot dedication is for the sidewalk. It will function for sidewalk. It doesn't change the functioning of the property. Given how advanced they are in terms of the design and starting construction, staff is not opposed to the granting of the variance. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved.
And before we start, just any disclosures from the board?
Nope.
Thank you, Rogelio. For the record, Joe Jimenez, JMZ Group, offices at 2020 Salcedo Street in Coral Gables, on behalf of 6940 North Beach LLC, the applicant here, joined by Jose Bichetti, the developer, and my colleague Lisa Palomino. I will make every effort to make this incredibly brief. I think that Rogelio explained everything well. This unfortunately was 2 miscommunications. One was and if we can put up the presentation, I would appreciate it.
This was previously item 13.
It's only about five or 6
Oh, no,
slides.
sorry, item 9, I apologize, item 9.
So, as Rogelio said, the only correction I'll make, this was approved on March 8th, 2023, unanimously by the members of the DRB back then. Next slide, please.
You control it there.
Oh, even better. Where?
There's a computer somewhere in
Okay.
there.
So, as Rogelio said, the 2 requests are a waiver of the clear pedestrian path and a setback variance. The pedestrian path waiver, which is highlighted here in red and zoomed in here, is based on section 7.2 and all those letters that I'm not going to bore you with, but the specific jurisdiction that this board has is found in the code section that says, should there be a conflict with the elevations and FDOT roadway projects, the DRB may waive the requirement for a continuous level elevation. The good thing about this, as Rogelio said, this is a temporary situation. We anticipate this road being raised 5 years, 7 years, we hope that it's sooner. The good thing also is that the condition placed by staff, unlike when properties are lower and you're gonna harmonize and you gotta work with them to be lower than the road, we're already working with it by raising the building now. So it's actually gonna be a pretty easy harmonization. We went through several possibilities. At one point, Public Works said, well, maybe a wall, like leave it where you are, but raise it, but a wall down Abbott. It just didn't work, and we thought this was sort of the best solution to get people into the building and also continue some form of pedestrian experience. The plans, as you can see, both have the stairs, the steps on the bottom, and the ramp in the middle, all covered there in red or by the dotted line, all are labeled will be demolished after Abbott Avenue is raised. This is a preliminary rendering of what this would look like. Again, this would have easily been asked for back in March 8th of 2023. We just didn't know. We didn't know we needed to ask for it. This didn't really come up until Public Works and DOT told us while we were applying for a building permit. So we've had to come back, and that hence the revision. The variance, again, Rogelio explained it perfectly. It was a 1949 deed that read like an easement. It read like a sidewalk, like a right-of-way easement. And it wasn't until we started foundation work with a foundation permit in hand that I got a call that said, we just figured out that this isn't our property. Immediately went to the city. I called Rogelio, I called Carmen. We have a hold harmless because we had to keep going, and we are doing it at our own risk. I'm not presuming in any way that this is fait accompli, but given the story that I will tell you and that Rogelio will confirm, it is something that if it weren't for the waiver, it wouldn't change the design this board approved 4-0 already. There's nothing. Now we're just calling it a variance. And again, it would have been something that was very askable for, as many of my predecessors today asked you for them. But most importantly, this is not something caused by the applicant. This is something, this right-of-way, for whatever reason, this 2 feet moved away from the original platted lot, the original intention of Abbott. The property line just moved 2 feet. We're keeping it a sidewalk. It's exact same. Had it not been moved, it would still look exactly the way it does today. This does not increase the FAR. We didn't, just because there's 200 less feet of the property, we don't go over FAR. We're still below which was my biggest worry when I heard, because I know what that is here. And the only thing is that now, instead of being a 10-foot setback, it's an 8-foot setback with acknowledging that it is a variance, that it is not ours. But other than that, that's the hardship. It is not the original intention. It's obviously compatible with the land development regulations. It goes back to the original property line. It's being used even for what the 1949 deed was meant for. So with that, I can go through the other criteria. I don't want to belabor the point. These are the facts as I just described them to you. This presentation is obviously a part of the record. And just to put it on the record, special conditions exist. Obviously, the deed, not caused by the applicant. This doesn't give us any special privilege. Let's just use the original street. This is the absolute minimum variance requested. It's a 2-foot dedication. It's a 2-foot ask. The general intent of the LDRs, as I said, and it's completely consistent with the comprehensive plan. And with that, I will say thank you and obviously offer to answer any of your questions.
Okay.
And I don't anticipate needing time for rebuttal, but let me, just in case.
Okay, we'll take any public comment if there is.
We do have a hand raised, Carlos Peraza.
Carlos was sworn in earlier, I believe,
Okay.
with the other applicant across the street.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, I spoke earlier. On 401 69th Street, so we're the neighboring building to this new construction project. What would be the distance between the lowest step at the entrance of this new building and the curve and the street? What would be the distance, the width of the sidewalk ultimately at this point?
It'd be, as left, it would be 5 feet. We're using half of the clear pedestrian path. So it would leave 5 feet. And then the 5 feet ramp and steps would be taken out. Actually, I'm sorry, and when they're taken out, it would be wider. We're using 5 feet of the clear pedestrian path, but some of it is actually on private property, so it winds up at 11 feet once removed. But we're
Okay,
6 feet, 1 on ours, 5 on the clear, and then 5 on pure right-of-way.
I'm concerned about ADA requirements. I'm concerned about wheelchair access for people. As it is, a lot of the sidewalks around this neighborhood are really narrow, and it was nice to see that we were going to have wider sidewalks and that were consistent with the plan for the neighborhood. And I'm also, I guess, a little concerned that you've gotten this far with the construction of the building. You have all the foundation, you're building columns, and you're building the ramp for the parking garage. and all of a sudden, like 6 months into construction, this comes up like so late. um, is there any other way to deal with this, like starting the steps at the 10-foot line so that the steps on the ramp go farther into the building or underneath the building, underneath the first floor, instead of putting it on the sidewalk?
No, there isn't. And the sidewalk that we're leaving is actually wider than the one next to 401 Blue. It does widen up a little bit, and I didn't have that in my presentation, but I was looking at it today. I didn't want to mention another property because it is temporary in nature. There is no way, because of the elevation from where we are to where we're going, there just isn't enough space. I do not have the background to discuss the geometry of architecture, but I have been assured that there was no way to do it, especially given that it was temporary. The only other way that the city even suggested was, as I said, a wall, leaving the sidewalk down there and then just putting a wall down Abbott, which I was here when we raised Sunset Harbor, and I would rather build up now and harmonize later.
That's what the city and FDOT works with. I mean, that's kind of dictated everywhere else. I know that where there's a lot of this around the city right now, so.
Yes.
I'm sure that, yeah, you don't really have control over it.
So
It's a
your-
problem
Thank
we're
you.
facing.
Thank you.
Your sidewalk width during the temporary stage, which nothing with FDOT is temporary, but the sidewalk width is going to be X. And after the temporary is done, what is the sidewalk width going to be?
11.
Before and
No.
after?
Oh, before 5,
5, and after?
after 11.
11, okay. And
That
when
is-
did FDOT say that they were going to be doing Abbott?
We anticipate the project to be done started. We've been told like 3 to 7 years, but that's the best that I can,
And they have money for it?
supposedly. Now, they have a plan.
Is there street trees planting along that narrow area?
The street trees would likely have to wait to be planted until after, because I don't remember his last name because it was just for Carlos, the gentleman that was there. ADA is not an option. So it's not, I might not, I have to. So the trees in 5 feet cannot go in. So we've got we're thinking of how to maybe do something on our side to beautify, but with respect to street trees, there's no way they'll fit and accommodate FDOT's
Yeah, I see them
request.
in the plan that it wouldn't work.
No, yeah. And that's why I didn't show them in the rendering. There's no way. We would be responsible for the street trees after.
Yeah, okay.
We are our successor, whoever.
You said that it would take anywhere to 7 years to build. When do you foresee them completing the whole process? Like 10 more years?
I wouldn't even be able to say. I mean, I'm always loath to say.
I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot.
I will tell you,
No, I
they work at
understand.
night, they work at night.
Yeah.
They work day and night, and I don't know what stretch of Abbott they're doing, but if,
It also
It
depends
depends.
it also depends how unfinished they leave.
yeah.
So sometimes they don't finish a block and then move on to the next block. Just economies of scale dictate just tearing up and then doing it in a longer stretch. That'll all depend. The good thing is, in this city, I've always seen them work at night. When we did Alton back in 13, they were working around the clock. So here, they tend to work a little faster than in some other communities where they don't like them to work at night. So unless that's changed, I'm just saying in my experience. So I agree.
The existing sidewalk's awful anyway.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Anybody else?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the variance to reduce the minimum required setback along Abbott Avenue from 10 feet to 8 feet.
Have a second?
Second.
You mean the waiver?
The waiver, I'm sorry. No,
Or
variance.
you're talking about the, okay,
Variance.
sorry, I apologize. Okay.
Yeah, variance.
You can actually consider them both together if you'd like, it's up to you.
Okay, and that we approve the waiver for the minimum 10-foot wide clear pedestrian path requirement to address conflicts between FDOT roadway project and the elevation of the existing project.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, okay, passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, I appreciate
Good
it.
luck. Next, do we have the final item then? We have discussion of
The
permeability requirements?
Yeah.
Yes. This was a discussion item requested by the board. The discussion item came about as a result of types of variances that we seem to be getting on understory homes that are on very, 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 very large lots. The code, in order to improve the permeability of these understory areas to allow for water to drain better, requires that in the understory areas, that you have no concrete, asphalt, or similar material which is typically impervious. The code requires that in understory areas that are not air-conditioned, that you have porous or pervious or semi-pervious materials such as wood deck, gravel, or pavers set and stand. In some of these larger properties, we're seeing that because the areas are so long and you tend to have sagging, you tend to have some other issues, they are requesting variances of this board in order to be able to have concrete. We're now seeing some more innovative solutions as a result of that, where they're not using a full slab of concrete, but they're using a grid of concrete in order to support the pavers, but it still has a significant amount of open space. However, because the code has a strict prohibition on concrete, those do, at this point in time, require that they seek a variance in order to allow those. So that was just a quick.
Can they do exfiltration systems underneath that understory to capture the water in different areas and then move it out?
Absolutely.
So they can do that. They can have, instead of big pavement pieces or big cement pieces, you're saying have smaller pieces that are pervious and that are on sand and that are.
Is there a measure of permeability?
Depends on what you're defining. We have some definitions for pervious driveways that do have a measure that they have to have 20% voids or openings. In terms of the understory area, we just say that you have to have pavers set in sand, but we don't have a standard on what the permeability is.
So there's no standard of water per
percolation,
square foot or whatever.
there's a term, how fast the water can percolate.
Yeah.
For the understory area, we don't
So
have a
there's
set
not.
number.
So, I mean, a pretty quick solution would be to just take out concrete and put a grid system in or something that,
Yeah.
is there a way to, is there a technical?
Which is no different than what
Yeah.
what the city requires on a driveway. It has to be permeable. They have to have an exfiltration system. New properties, no homes. They have to have an exfiltration system in the back, on the sides, in the front. They have to have permeable pavers. So why not request the same? Is it a problem with requesting the same for the understory?
So there are engineering standards that we could use for how much water can permeate through a material and how water can percolate through a material. The only issue that I see is just a lot of times, for these larger homes, they're willing to spend the money on the engineers, it's not a problem. For the smaller homes, they just want to put pavers down or do something, and they don't necessarily want to spend the money on having these engineering studies done.
So is there a simple?
But they have to have a soil and percolation test done anyways for the rest of the house. So it does exist for the understory. It would be the same percolation and soil test. And even on the smaller homes, you're talking about the bigger homes, but even the smaller homes, one lot, small regular lot, you're required to have a civil engineer come in and do exfiltration system, which, I will say, some of them, so far, if you talk to our city engineer, they say they're not really working because, once the water goes in, where's it gonna go? The only way is if you add a well to the property, which is then really expensive, which is required for a pool anyways. If you put a pool, you gotta put in a well. So what is the recommendation of staff?
Well, this is a discussion item, so we don't have a formal recommendation here.
Is there a
This,
alternate you can use permanent surfaces like a bioswale that acts as a retention pond to?
The civil engineer actually spoke to me about having swales instead
yeah.
of exfiltration systems in the
Right.
front of a home, right? The problem is that even with the swales in an understory, I don't know how that would work. I'm
I mean, usually
not in.
it's ornamental like a rain garden that looks like
Yeah.
with local
Can we
plantings
back,
that
So
can
it
we just
would
back up
capture the
for
water?
one
capture the
second?
water and retains it and filters it.
As far as I can tell, like, the idea is that there is to not create an impervious area underneath a home because it's not counted in the rest of the lot drainage calculation. So this is what I'm assuming is, so it's like, all right, don't make this whole concrete area that can be a pond underneath the house. So we've had, since I've been here, we've had a couple come. The small lot came to us and they wanted to do concrete because it's easier and it's not gonna move. And then there were the big houses wanted to do the same thing. And the big houses had linear drains that went into, I think what you're calling the exfiltration system, right? French drains that would then go to the nyloplast that would get, water would move out like it was on the perimeter of the site. So do we want to give people the freedom to put what they want down there, or what is our objective that we want here?
I think the objective, the whole thing this came up was because the areas were too big to just do sand and pavers.
Right.
And that makes sense, and people doing these gigantic houses, it's gonna continue to be a problem. And somebody else had a drainage system, pumps installed and whatever, that wanted a waiver for that, and we were like, it was beyond our comprehension to deal with that. So, I mean, the concrete grid system, I think taking the word concrete out as
Yeah, they
a
had
prohibition.
like 4-inch
Yeah.
coral stone pavers.
I mean, but that makes, if it's a concrete grid, it leaves open space within the concrete, right? So I think you shouldn't
Between the
limit.
concrete.
Between the concrete, right, like, so if it's a grid, they can put the pavers on it, same principle, it just gives it stability, it gives it structure. And I think that makes sense. I mean, I don't know how, I don't wanna make it difficult, I don't wanna make it even harder and more costly for someone, but it does this,
What
it
was
does
the
the trick.
grid that they were using underneath?
It's a perimeter grid that will support the edges of
Oh,
of the
okay.
material. But
Just as you have to do pilings for a house to
Right,
support
it's-
the house, you
it's-
have to do this grid system.
But the
And
truth
she's
is that
the
the water's
expert on
not
this
really
one,
draining.
This was like
Just
my
pooling,
issue.
and there's,
I
I
know
guess,
I'm the one that asked to
sea level-
put this
as it
on the
rises up, it's
agenda,
not,
'cause I just
it's,
wanted to
Right.
understand.
it's,
you want to keep it down.
it doesn't even make sense, right?
Right.
So this is almost like a stupid,
The
The code was just so black and white on it, which is why I was like worried, like we should have this conversation
Yeah.
about there's no concrete allowed and
Right.
people are bringing in concrete. So I think as long as the like intent here was to just at least offset the runoff maybe from the minimal concrete and they do that through a swale or a internal cistern that works, I guess we should make sure that their internal system
They
can
can
offset the
then
water,
make-
then I agree. I don't think we should take issue with granting.
they can make the
a
choice
deviation.
because
Yeah.
the underground piping and the swales, it's expensive. So if you want to have it all finished and hardscape underneath, then you might have to pay to
Yeah.
drain the water and to keep it on your site. And if you don't want to pay for it, then you can do permeable.
But
I was
That's
just
one
hesitant
option.
to
The-
grant
the
that
requirement-
before.
The requirement right now from the city is that you're building on a single lot and the driveway in front of the property. Not only does it have to have permeable pavers, but you also have to have an exfiltration system. So if that's required of a single lot, why are we going to apply, or should we apply a different standard for the area of the understory, which is meant to be open space?
In the driveway, you are permitted to have solid concrete driveways. We don't have a prohibition on that. What the code provides for driveways is you either have to have a pervious pavement or a high albedo pavement, which is as a result of our urban heat island effect. So it's a light colored driveway that will reflect the heat so that you're not heating.
Rogelio, I don't ever disagree with you because you're the expert, but I will tell you.
And it's possible,
that-
so I'm just talking
that
about zoning.
The building department comes in and says it has to be permeable. Public Works comes in and says it has to be permeable pavers. And then Public Works comes in and says, and you have to have an exfiltration system, you have to have soil test, you have to have percolation test. So maybe, I'm not an engineer, I don't feel comfortable in saying, in giving a recommendation. I think that Public Works needs to get involved in this with planning and building, three of you get together and come up with a solution or a recommendation. Because I do not believe that the driveway of a home should be treated any differently than the understory, which becomes the driveway, the parking area for that home. It's my thought.
The whole issue this came up was because of the vastness of the size of these. So it's not like a driveway, it's like,
I think it was their pool or
it's like
something.
a football field.
Yeah.
Pool
And-
deck.
It was
or-
their pool
Yeah,
deck
then-
primarily.
Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
maybe they need to
Yeah.
put a grid in order to give it stability, so that it doesn't,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I
And I guess
think,
I just.
change in
maybe-
levels. But even if you put a concrete slab, according to former Commissioner Pearlson, is a slab waiting to crack. So even that is going to, be a problem unless you have the proper foundation underneath. So if they want to do pavers, then they have to have a grid or they have to have some
yeah,
sort
I
of
mean,
foundation.
back to, can the engineers and come up with the option of having a grid using concrete but in a pervious way?
So the way the code is worded right now, not without a
Right,
variance.
well, that's
So
what I'm saying.
yeah, you
Can we
ma-
change the
yeah,
code to
yeah.
reflect
Yeah.
that they
Right,
can use concrete, but it's gotta have,
a permeability factor
Yeah.
to
And
it.
maybe
Yeah.
there's still like a percentage that they
because
can't
it
go
has an
beyond
Just
because.
exfiltration system or-
explain the issue that like they need structure, they need support for these larger areas, and it's not feasible to not allow concrete.
But there should be like an offset
Yeah,
for the
Yeah.
whatever use that
Yeah.
they use.
however they wanna deal with the water, give them options to deal with the water, the perviousness of it, permeability of it.
Because that's what we approved was the grid, on the big house was the grid and the
I don't think we
pavers.
approved it.
I don't think, did we approve a grid?
I was pretty vocal about not approving it because I wasn't sure
But
about
they-
this.
but
There was one that it was approved.
One, there
Yeah,
was,
but
okay.
but they had the drainage. They were accounting for
Right, they did
whatever
cisterns or
runoff was there.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they did they had like
Yeah.
cisterns.
Because the level,
But we didn't
the
understand it.
grade underneath
Yeah.
there you should be able to pull the water off to your perimeter or wherever. It can go into a well. It's not gonna get pumped in. If the tide's high, it's gonna pump.
Yeah, we have the understory regulations also have an understory edge where you have to have a 5-foot area on the perimeter of the understory, which is intended to be used for drainage, almost like a swale, landscaping and other things for drainage. And then, yeah, that's not a bad suggestion. The one that did get it approved was last month, it was 5 through 7 Star Island. They're the ones that came
right.
up with the concept of the grid.
And they were
And
smart
so-
enough to use
Right.
coral stone, which is technically somewhat
yeah.
pervious. Even though when it rains, it's not gonna really.
Right.
So the material is important to use.
Mm-hmm.
If we're saying a grid, we're allowing concrete grids, then the material that they use is important
Mm-hmm.
to be specific about. Because if you're like, all right, I got a concrete grid and I'm putting concrete pavers on it, you're just making a concrete path.
yeah.
So I think, yeah, I mean, the offsetting of drainage is one.
Yeah,
and-
just like, let's look at it that way of offsetting the drainage versus prohibiting certain materials and see if there's ways they can come up with.
Trenching,
Yeah.
I think you
They're trench
mentioned,
drains, yeah.
trenching,
Or just a
Yeah,
big drain.
whatever.
yeah.
yeah, the rain.
So that we don't, yeah. Good?
Okay, so do you want this to be transmitted to the city commission as an LTC, as a recommendation to amend the code?
No, I think, I don't know what was discussed while I went to the restroom, but
Or
I
is this,
think we need
is
to
this
get-
guidance for variances in the
I think we need to
future?
get
Planning, other departments.
planning and public
Yeah, and
works, city engineer, because what we may be recommending may not be a doable thing. It may not resolve the issue. And I think there's a lot of other things that could be done, where the person has, the option, the owner has the option of trenching, exfiltration, the grid, what actually works, I don't know.
Do we want to send this to whoever, the,
So the way, so our code says concrete is prohibited. To allow for concrete in a limited form, we'd have to amend the code. So what the board can do is provide, and for us to work on amendments, we need a referral from the city commission. We can't just unilaterally start working on an amendment. So what you could do is transmit an LTC to the city commission recommending that the administration explore options
Okay.
to allow for.
Yeah.
can we say why we're doing this? Because,
And explain why we're doing it, absolutely.
Like
So-
low use of concrete.
so they understand.
Motion for that?
Yeah, so we would need a motion in a second.
I'll motion.
Second,
Okay,
prepare an LTC.
right.
And on the other issues that we all have problems with, like I brought one up today where we have a different height for understory properties versus properties that elevate and don't have understories. Does it make sense, and each one of us may have different issues that concern us, should we email you what we would like to discuss, such as this that Laura did, because it was a concern to her? Should we email them to you and then, you circulate it to see if it's of interest to be discussed by the member as a whole, by the board as a whole? And if it is, then you put it on some future agenda for us to discuss.
So do you see any issues with the email?
No issues with that.
Well, I would just email you.
Right, it's just.
Right,
saying,
and then I
think
would
we
disseminate
should
Go back and
discuss-
forth at that point.
Huh?
So in other words, don't hit reply all, or you just mail in
No,
directly.
just mailing it to
And that's not an issue.
Rogelio and
Could I ask
staff.
the rest of the board
saying-
members, do you want to discuss this, or?
Well, how did this get on this calendar?
The board requested it as part of the discussion item during a separate item.
Well, I think the
So-
request now in front of everyone is to have this as a discussion item.
We're talking about the differences that you've
The
got.
height, the height.
You've
Well,
got one
that's
height
mine,
for,
but-
for,
Yeah,
for
you-
base plus one and one
That's
height for
my
base
issue,
plus
but it
five.
may
No.
be that all of you have
never
other
do that.
issues. But,
I have a whole height issue.
yeah.
I mean,
he
I
has-
really think that.
So if
the-
we each
They're all
send
asking for
you,
variances. It's what they
Yeah.
do. And then this stupid negotiation of
Well-
1 foot, we want 3, we'll give you 1.5. Like, it's stupid. Nobody's winning. And if a lot is a certain size, it should be allowed to go to this height. And this doesn't happen in the Gables or Palm Beach. I mean, this is just begging to be, give,
here's another issue. People, properties built, homes being developed, right? Being built. Here are the plans. And what finally gets built is this, something different. And it has violations within the planning code, right? But planning doesn't catch it until the very end, because that's when you do your inspection at the very end. And I've spoken with Tom Mooney about this, and I said, maybe you need to do an inspection the moment that, the platform, there's another word for it, but that, the property is marked, so that if there is a problem, it's
Utterly.
brought, it's corrected at the beginning and not at the end. And at the end, I don't see that project coming back to DRB. So here's a project that would have had to come to DRB because they don't have the required side setbacks or the front or the rear. And yet it never came back to DRB. They went ahead and built it. I don't know if they had to pay double the permit fee or double the planning fee. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with these projects, but I know of two that don't comply, and I've never seen them here.
Okay,
And
I'll have
that's,
to look
and
into it.
that's not helpful, that's not fair to the rest of the properties coming to this board.
I can
Because it's
say we had.
expensive and time-consuming to come here.
Yeah, we'll look into that. I know we had one come about 2 months ago, maybe last month, that was an after the fact because the
Yeah.
home the foundation was shifted over a few
Yeah,
feet, and
that was different.
and we had
That was
another one
different.
that they had an extra 100 feet, and they have to come before after, so they do come, and we're getting a lot to the Board of Adjustment that are after the fact, where we're finding
Yeah.
issues. So it's something that we're gonna definitely have to address.
Maybe they're going to the Board of Adjustment,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some of them
Maybe
do go
I'm
to the Board of
speaking
Adjustment.
out of turn here, but
Yeah,
I
we
know
had
that.
the last Board of Adjustment,
were
that were
after-
after the fact variances.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna ask in like December, I'm making a list of things, cause I've done this 6 years, I'm off, I wanna like, it's silly, cause some of these things, they keep coming up, and it's it's just nothing but frustrating, and people are hiring attorneys to, and we shouldn't be like that, we shouldn't be coming to this every time.
So I guess to answer Myra's question, email Rogelio individually.
All right.
So if you email me, we can place it on the agenda, and we'll
Okay.
start to work, we'll
And-
work on it
yeah.
as we can.
And if if I have an issue, but the rest of the board is not concerned with it, we don't have to discuss it,
The
it's,
discussion will be short.
yeah, the discussion will be short.
Great.
All right,
So we have-
I don't think we took I had a motion and a second, all those in
Adjourn.
favor? On the LTC, transmitting an LTC?
Oh,
Aye.
aye. All right, and then motion to adjourn.
And the next meeting is?
Next meeting is November 20th,
So it's the Friday before. Thanks.
Thursday.
Thursday before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.